damaged at as low as 98 degrees. When they check to see if something's pasteurized, they look at the phosphorus molecules. If they're cauterized, that means they've been heated. If they're cauterized completely to a solid state, that means they've been heated to 140 degrees. So phosphorus is completely solidified into a non-malleable rock at 140 degrees, but it becomes altered at 98 degrees. Phosphorus is one of the main functions of cleansing the body. So let's say you've got a free radical running around in the body and you have no fat. The body's going to use calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and potassium to cement it in, that molecule of mercury, causing a plaque, like it appears on your teeth. It will cause plaquing around that. Now, how's the body going to get that out of itself when it's now a hard, large substance? The lymphatic system has to take it and dissolve it, and then dump it into the connective tissue, be perspired out of the body. So, if it doesn't happen properly or doesn't happen at all, when it moves to the skin, it's going to create damage. Let's say you've got a very large cluster of those minerals with 2 or 3 molecules of mercury. You saw what the vapors did when they were this far from something this big and the mercury was this small, and yet it was dissolving and deteriorating. So the vapors, as they pass through this cluster of minerals, are still going to be irritating tissue around. It's 1 molecule, it's going to create substantial damage. 2 molecules in there, substantial, much more damage. 3 molecules, infinitesimal damage. So you see all the kids with pockmarks trying to throw their... Now, children didn't have those kind of pockmarks before vaccines. It was not a teenage thing to have that much acne. Of course, they were getting into candy. Candy was now available, stuff like that. That's when children started having acne. And they were throwing these processed candy molecules out because they were putting formaldehyde in candy. They were putting all kinds of preservatives in candy back then. And they do it even worse now, but they had it back then. So as these molecules were trying to pass through the skin, their vapors were causing all of this damage. So then you have all kinds of different reactions. Now this was from those injections I got. This was a tumor that formed on my back, about the size of my little finger. And you see what it had done. It damaged all of those cells. The body couldn't dissolve all those damaged cells in the skin as those poisons were passing through. So the body started just mummifying them and surrounding them. And that's what a tumor is. A tumor is a collection of dead cells that the body is unable to dissolve. So it's a temporary storage for dead cells until the body can get to the point of dissolving them. Now, because it's on the surface here, there are ways... Now, you see all these freckles that I have? I had all those as a child when I was getting vaccines and all kinds of medication. After 10 years on a raw diet, almost no freckles. After I got those 3 injections, all of those freckles appeared again. Because those freckles are from contaminants. Usually when they're discolored like this, the body has used bile to surround those metals or those contaminants and then cause a discoloration in the skin. You hear in old people, they say, you know, I got liver spots.
I wondered because some of my spots have disappeared.
On
I
this
just
diet,
noticed it recently.
Yeah.
Some freckles in the face, though, would that be
The same?
Wow.
Toxicity. I mean, a lot of people in Ireland got them because there was a lot of smelting going on, a lot of coal mining. Inhale the mercury from the coal dust.
So it's not a genetic predisposition. It's not like a
Freckles are not no, they're not. They're
generation to generation. Looking at just generational.
They're an illness. Yes.
Wow.
And you'll notice that a lot of your miners, the miners work in the mine, their children have them, and of course the King and Queen of England with all their mining in Ireland and Scotland. You know, there were a lot of mining there, and that's where the freckles came in.
Wow.
So, and you can see I've got them all over again. But you can see in this tumor here, it's a mass of dead cells. The body is mummified. And this right here is the center where the circulation isn't as good. See, in a cancerous tumor, a malignant tumor, you see all the capillaries in here? You still have circulation in and through and in between the dead cells. So you can still transport nutrients to dissolve a tumor. If you have a benign tumor, you have no blood, no lymphatic, no neurological circulation into that tumor. There's no way to dissolve it quickly. You have to dissolve it from the outside in very slowly if it's internal. If it's external, you can apply pineapple and papaya and vinegar, raw apple cider vinegar, and that'll help dissolve the tumor. And that's what I did here to get rid of that tumor. It took about 7 months, but I got rid of it.
You blend that mixture together, those ingredients?
No, I use one at a time.
Okay.
One day I'd use the vinegar, one day I'd use the pineapple, one day I'd use the papaya. And the bromelain in the pineapple, along with the citric acids, true citric acid, vitamin C, not the chemical version that Linus Pauling used. They help dissolve dead matter, like when we digest and eat. You know, eating pineapple with meat will help. The bromelain will help digest it. It helps, it helps as an alternative to hydrochloric acid. So it will dissolve it a little at a time. You can do it with a mole the same way. I had a big mole about the size of about my fingernail out, and probably that thick here. My mother was always concerned it was going to turn into cancer. I had, because of all the injection that I had as a child, I had 15 moles that were quite large. My mother being a nurse, and the idea that moles will turn cancerous and take over the body, she had 14 of the 15 removed. Left this one, the doctor didn't want to touch that one for some reason. So, and I lived with it all these years, and then about 5 years ago I decided to experiment. So I started putting vinegar on it every day, once a day. And it started peeling off, layer at a time. Now it's flat, half the darkness that it was, and now it's brown instead of black. And it's just flat, no inflammation around. They used to get red like this around the edges. Now it's gone.
Would getting rid of a wart do the same thing? Could you get rid of a wart the same way?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Some people don't like, the abrasiveness of pineapple. And if you put pineapple twice a day, you're going to have irritation. It's too abrasive. Some people will put whey on these, and it will help dissolve it a little bit slower. But still,
I think I talked to you before. You told me to put the butter on the mark ahead. It really.
Yeah, but that was a different kind of thing that you had.
Yeah.
What you described to me, you just needed some fat in the area.
Yeah.
And then when you have a thing like this and you're treating it with the pineapple, papaya, and or vinegar, you need to apply butter or bone marrow around it to make sure that those cells are protected. You just don't start breaking the cells down surrounding the tumor.
How do you do bone marrow? You just grind it, or?
No. Bone marrow is the soft center of a bone.
Gotcha.
It's like butter when it's
Right.
room temperature.
Okay.
I mean, it isn't liquid like room temperature, it's just soft
Right.
like warm butter.
Okay.
Okay, so this is one of the ways that poisons can come out the body when they're not properly harnessed by the lymphatic system under the skin. Now, I go from a 30-inch waist to a 37-inch waist several times a year. When I go to Asia, I can't get everything, even though I'll take enough butter, with me. When I'm over there, I'm actually exercising, which my body is not used to. So I'll lose tremendous amounts of weight. So then these came up when I was at my low fat level. So I didn't have enough fat to help harness this as it was coming to the skin. So that's what happened. And a lot of people have tumors like that. Now, hemorrhoids. This is a hemorrhoid. This is the rectum here. This person was screaming in pain.
Looks like it.
Now, hemorrhoids are usually very heavy metal toxicity that's in the blood, leaving the blood through the blood. You can see the body's trying to dump a lot of mercury or formaldehyde or thallium out of the body through the bloodstream. The body will use whatever it can at the time. The problem with that, when it dumps, you can see all the internal bleeding it caused. Like you saw the mercury molecule binding with the tubulin, and it wouldn't allow them to attach to the other tubulin to make that wall, that sheath of the myelin. In the nerves, well, here, it's breaking the capillaries and veins, so there's all this internal bleeding. So the body, it shows a great lack of protein in the general area. So I had this fellow stick a piece of raw meat, cut like a barbell. So it was like this and with fiber. So I had push it up in there. It was very, very painful to push it up in there.
Now, is that the sphincter? That's the
This is the sphincter here. Well, you can see it's overlapping. This is part of the sphincter here,
Wow.
and this is right in the sphincter, popping out. So, I mean, he was in excruciating pain. So I told him to put that barbell-shaped piece of meat in there, and within 24 hours he was painless. It took about 5 days for that to go away, but in 24 hours he was painless from just putting the meat in there. When that kind of develops, it's a gross protein deficiency in the area. So anytime you have a bruise, what do boxers do?
Put meat on there.
They put raw meat on their faces. Just think of when you see a boxer come out of that, you wonder why they're not so scarred as they should be, coming out with, eyes and broken everything and vessels all over. It's because they do apply the meat. It works. Apply the meat. It works anywhere where there's internal bleeding.
So
Well,
what's the
Muhammad
protein?
Ali did a lot of raw.
Pardon?
Muhammad Ali did a lot of raw protein, a lot of raw milks. Muhammad Ali.
Oh yes,
He
yeah.
did a lot of
Raw.
He did a
He
lot
ate
of
raw.
Yeah.
And then he started accepting their medications and stuff, and then Alzheimer's.
Right. Wow.
Now this is an unusual. This is a whole tumor here. It grew even bigger. You can see he has a scar here. This grew once before, and it grew about this big. And I wasn't able to help him dissolve it. It wasn't dissolving. It wasn't the normal kind of tumor. So I went around and around with, he had insurance with Kaiser, and we decided that he was sleeping all the time, couldn't work, starting to cut off his breathing. So I said, okay, you've got to go for surgery. This is the only time I've ever told anybody to go to surgery. He couldn't eat, his mouth was starting to, he wasn't able to chew properly or anything. Even sipping through a straw was becoming difficult. So it took me 3 weeks to talk the surgeon in not to removing the lymph glands. Because remember, the lymph glands is responsible for cleaning the body. So if he removes all the lymph glands, where is that toxicity going to have to go? Into his brain and create a tumor, or down into his breast and cause tumors? So I said, listen, I said, I was rational with him. I said, the lymph system cleans the body. What's going to happen in that area if you just cut out those lymph glands? It was like somebody switched on a light for a minute. He said, okay, we'll go in, we'll scrape it out, we'll cut it out around everywhere we can, and then we'll just sew the face back up.
What kind of compound is it? Was you
That's what I'm going to get into. Okay, so the tumor was about this big when it was cut out. And so we had it analyzed. It cost almost $9,000 to have it analyzed. And guess what it was? Mineral concentrations. Never seen one like it before. He was a supplement addict. This is a supplement addict's tumor.
Wow.
Tons of supplements. Lots of minerals involved in your supplement. And then it grew again. Because he had, for 60 years, he had taken about 70 supplements a day.
Wow.
And you have to reason and understand that even the natural supplements are chemically treated. If they're taking it from a food, they have to take that food and dissolve it into a soup to be able to extract what they want out of it. And there are only 2 soups that laboratories use. The so-called unnatural, they use gasoline, hexane. Okay? In natural vitamins, they use kerosene. Kerosene is natural, didn't you know? But would you soak, your food in kerosene for 72 hours until it's a soup? Rinse it for 2 minutes and eat it? So every natural supplement has, except minerals, if they're just isolated minerals and it's rock, has at least kerosene in it. If it's an unnatural vitamin, it has hexane, gasoline in it. So, this was the effect of all those supplements.
So he went through one catch of it with the tumor, and then had to go through another one.
Another one. And the second one, he didn't have the health and strength to do it, to make it through, so he died. Well, he went to a specialist in Nevada that says, he can do natural chemotherapy. They killed him in 12 days. The surgeon wouldn't do another surgery because Kaiser, wouldn't cover it. And all he had to do was go and scrape it out one more time. But how many times would it take his body to be able to dump in there because he had all this plaque everywhere in his system from all those supplements? Supplements are nothing other than another industrial chemical toxin. So that's one way to express that kind of toxicity. Now, this is a tumor. And this is a very good-looking musician. His name is Malcolm Gold. He has, his experiences on the primal diet. He doesn't talk about this one, but he had this for over 1.5 years. And it got quite big. His whole face swelled up at one point. It was huge. And this was open and seeping, so the tumor got quite big. But he was loyal and stayed on the diet and took care of it. But this was from the smoke that they used in the stage. He's a musician, he's a guitarist and singer. So he would tour all over, and they used smoke screen, the smoke screen. those smoke screens are not using dry ice, which would be fine. They want a vapor that holds longer. So they're using hydrogenated vegetable oils, vaporized hydrogenated vegetable oils, which is plastic oil, vaporized plastic oil, breathing vaporized plastic oil. I have another patient, I don't know if I have her in here, she was a singer in nightclubs that used that. Cancer took a whole nose away. She died of natural causes without a nose. The doctors wanted to go in and take out all the bone from here to here, all the way down to her upper jawbone and all the way over, and then put a prosthesis skull, frontal skull in. And I said, Barbara, listen, if you just stick on this diet, the most you're going to lose is your nose. So she did that. She lived for 12 years with, her nose was deteriorating slowly, and then stopped at one point. So half of her nose was gone, a little bit more than half of her nose was gone. But she had a normal life. And she didn't die of cancer. She died of old age for her. But she didn't get on the diet until she was 67. So she lived till she was 76, where she died. And they told her she was going to die in 6 months before she came to me. They said, with that tumor, go to the brain and she'll be dead in 6 months. 12 years. Okay, so let's get into some others. Okay. Now this is a recent tumor that developed from those injections. Now for the last 5 months where I was injected with those 3 injections, this arm has been as achy as when I was a child and got all those injections. And I lift it above this level, it starts hurting. It's really hurting. I mean, it isn't bad as a child, that's it, I could only do. I can still lift it, but it's painful in two spots and right in here. So it took 3 years for it to get to where it was actually injected. It exploded all over my body in many places, but now it obviously went into all the muscle tissue here. I lost 1.5 inches off of this arm and nothing off of this one. Again, all those contaminants that stayed in the muscle here and in those tendons are now starting to detox from this area. At the same time this started, a tumor came here. You'll see it. And that started about, what it was at first was just a reddened area without any scab on it. I started putting my saliva on it because I was in Philippines. I didn't have anything but coconut vinegar. Coconut vinegar doesn't work like apple cider vinegar. So I was putting saliva on it to get it to dry and break down. Your saliva digests food, meats. So I was taking my saliva to help digest it. That's why dogs and cats will always lick a wound, because it'll break down the dead cells so that you can heal properly. I had no dry skin and wrinkled skin like this. My skin was like, a 20-year-old's until I got those injections, and all my skin started cracking throughout my body. And it was 5 times worse than this. Skin was sagging and hanging here and here. I still have a little bit left here. You can see when I bend it. You can see that. Well, this was, a year ago, this was all just hanging and sagging. All of this here was too. So I've been able to reverse most of that. And that's just a different view. The other one gave you a height angle. This is a flat angle. Now this is what it looked like without that scab on it when it first started. It started off like a sore like this. That's the only one that turned into a tumor. But the others, each one of these are a place where the body's throwing those chemicals. Each one of these is where a body's throwing off the chemicals like this. But here it's a major spot where it's coming through the skin that killed so many cells that turned into a tumor, a site of collection of dead cells. Now this is about a week before those others. And this is when I started putting the saliva on it, when I saw that it was starting to abscess, create a lot of dead cells. So, okay. So that's another expression. Now this was in September. Every year since I got those injections, I'll go through detoxes somewhere on my legs and chest and back and on my arms sometimes. So this started in September, and you can see it's coming out different places, but this was the worst. And then you can see this was that fold here that I was talking about. See how it looks. Now I've detoxed so much out of there, it doesn't have that kind of skin left. But you see the damage it was doing as it was coming through.
It looks like the skin was even here, even more oily. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I had coconut cream on it.
Yeah, but not just, it's just like within the Oedipus tissue, it just seems like it was more like detoxy, definitely.
Well, no, actually, you see how wrinkled it is and dry it is by the texture of the skin. I had to put the coconut cream on it and butter on it to make it look shiny and glistening, because I wanted to get some fat in to protect all the cells in between. But you can see the areas where it's heavily damaging as it's coming through the skin. Again, not enough molecules of calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium, and fats to neutralize those poisons to where it stopped them from outgassing and damaging the tissue. There's no way we can eat enough. I mean, I'd have to be 600 pounds to have enough to just handle this kind of fat toxicity without having some kind of a rash. And there's a closer look at some of it, not all in focus. There's again, this is at the knee, and the knee's over here. This is the thigh, around above the knee. This is the arm again. You see it's in here. I take these photographs myself, and I can't look. I have to judge and keep shooting. And here's some more of it. You see this one's bubbling up here, but it didn't. It stopped dumping out that area and didn't turn into a tumor. This one did turn into a tumor, but it was only lived about 6 weeks. There's more of the same. And this shows freckles coming out. So you've got aluminum in here, and you've got dead blood cells and bile mixed in that. Freckles where they weren't before. All the same, just showing how some of these spots turn into freckles. Come up as sores and then end up as a scar freckle. As you can see, this one, it looks like I scratched it, doesn't it? I don't scratch, I rub. But you can see whatever came through there came through just like in a line down this way, and it just burned right through the skin. So it looks like I scratched it when I didn't. Back to that one. Now, You know, with all those dental mercury amalgams that I had. Okay. This was, now I had this tissue analyzed, you see that? That was mercury. Whole pit of mercury coming out. And that was reduced to probably 1/100th the concentration that's in a vaccine. But you see how it burned and made a black hole. If I can do that here. And how do I go forward here on this program? There we go. And not going to work? There we go. And you see how it bubbled up deep inside.
Aajonus, if you have a pimple, is it a bad idea to squeeze whatever's in it out?
Well, you just need to make sure you break the top off before you do it. Otherwise, you're just going to push it back into your body, back into the tissue. There's a close view of it. Freckle appeared after that. Big freckle on my face. This one turned into a freckle too. This one turned into a freckle. You can see how much damage it was doing all in the tissue around. And this was 40 years. It was 30 years after I'd had my amalgams removed. And this is before I was injected.
This is 30 years after amalgams, and how many years from the time?
This is 2008. Takes a long time. There's a very close view of it. You can see what that mercury is doing, even though it's coming out this spot. And you can see the mercury spots in there, the black ones. And you can see a few of them here, and here, and here. And you see what it's doing to all the tissue around. Killed it. I hate this Windows 8. Okay. Now, remember in the We Want to Live, I talked about the finger detoxification that I had, the thumb with the penicillin. Well, this is more antibiotics, but this one's tetracycline. So it's coming around this particular finger and eliminating through the skin. Now you notice that finger skin is tougher. It's in water, it's being manipulated. So it's very difficult to secrete poisons out your fingers and hands. So what happens, it'll come out the nails where there's already an opening. So you can see where it dried out. It's starting to go here now. It moves, it kills all the skin on the surface as it moves. That's just underside view. You see it getting worse. See how it's moving over here, and we've got a white spot over here where white blood cells are leaving the red bloodstream. Now, what do white blood cells do? They're phagocytes. They eat dead red blood cells to keep the blood pure and clean. Well, we know that if you eat cooked foods in a cooked meal, about 1/3 of your white blood cells will leave the bloodstream and enter the digestive tract to handle the toxin, the damaged tissue, your damaged bacteria, and the white blood cells will get in there and eat that off. It's called leukocytosis. So the white blood cells, and whenever you have pus anywhere, those are white blood cells leaving the bloodstream and trying to help that area. Because we don't have bacteria anymore. And the more antibiotics you take, the more pus you're going to lose. Now you'll see a cat and a dog, they'll lick the pus up in an instant because those are good white blood cells. You may have 1-3% contamination. And that's all. All of this white blood cell loss. Now if you let it go, and the concentration isn't too bad, you can reabsorb those white blood cells. If it's too painful, then you might want to drain it. Almost looks like a frog toe, right? And you saw that now. It's turning white over here on that area, or light. I think I was traveling for the end of it, so you don't get to see the end. Now, that was at its most swollen on the side. And you can see it's starting to break out here. Hole erupting. And we're back to the beginning again. So I didn't have the end of it because I was traveling. And you see, whoop, on that. On that one picture, where's the finger? Did I accidentally delete it? Not the finger? No. I absolutely deleted it.
You could check your trash.
Yeah. This Windows 8 doesn't give you access to anything. I had to find a program that gave me access. So, where's the trash bin? Since it went from there to there, it changed everything. I have them all sorted in particular places. So where did you go? I don't see the trash bin in there anymore. Again, I got that from a particular program to be able to deliver on the Windows 8. Windows 8 doesn't even give you a start anymore. I had to get a program to put this on. Windows 8 is a nightmare.
Macs are a lot easier.
They're too easy.
Well,
Macs?
I'll figure it out another
That's what I like about
They're
it.
too flexible. I want to be flexible.
Oh.
You have Windows 8?
No, we were talking about Macs. I have Windows 7. I won't get 8 because of what you said.
Well, I got a new computer and
Yeah.
8 in it. I'm going to use my old one though.
Doesn't have a search engine where you can search for.
Now, you can see in this, see this green in her lymphatic area? Those are industrial solvents, Windex, antifreeze, anything like that. And I see this mainly in women who use Windex. Janitors always have a lot of this around their industrial solvents, actually dissolving their lymphatic system, the connective tissue, and leads to MS. And huge deformities. Mouth. I can't show you because she doesn't want me to show you what it looks like, who she is. I don't know what that. Okay, weird. Oh, I didn't delete it. I just had it in different. Okay, this is. Remember when I told you I got a yearly? This was a year after my injections. This was to the month in April when I got the injections. This was a year later. So, and you can see it discharging to the skin. My shoulder, my leg. This was that big patch that had come out the year before and burnt complete holes in my. This is the knee, and this is calf right
What
here.
was the stuff?
Pardon?
What was it that was coming out?
Well, I think it was everything in the swine flu vaccine.
Oh, okay.
I think they intend, because I said the only way you get swine flu is to be injected with it. If I hadn't awakened with those two guys, I would not really have been able to say definitely I was injected with anything. I had the bumps that looked like injections. It looked like, have you ever seen a Montauk 2 TB test? That's when they shoot it under the skin, and they leave it under the skin rather than injecting it subcutaneously. Right in the skin. I tell all my teachers and nurses to get that one, suck it out immediately, spit it out, and then put raw egg on the area so they don't get that contamination inside, much of it inside their body. Well, I had it, and that's what that bump looks like. Those bumps look like those three. But they injected about 3 cc's each injection, so that means I got 9 cc's of poison. 9 cc's is enough to kill 20 people. And I'm still here alive. I almost died.
You had that diet for so long. You had
Right, but I had to go out and I looked for either shark or stingray, because any fish, once it's killed, will start creating ammonia. All meat will, but those particular fish do it rapidly. Once they're killed, the ammonia starts rapidly increasing. In Sweden, or is it Norway, they will age shark for 9 months and then eat it. And it stinks like ammonia, but it's one of their things to help cleanse the body. True natural ammonia is created by the body, can harness many poisons and lock them and keep them from doing damage. So I got a stingray. I went around, I couldn't drive myself after that. I was passing out every few minutes. Every 20 minutes I was passing out. And if I walked, if I didn't move like a turtle, if I got up fast, I would black out and hit that floor immediately, or ground, wherever I was. So I had to have a driver drive me to a wharf and see if I could find shark or stingray. Just lucky the stingray was a young stingray, only about this big. And they were going to just pitch it out because it was 2 days old and nobody was going to eat it. It was perfect for me. So I ate a little at a time every 5 hours, maybe a quarter of a cup, and up to the point where it started me to vomit, and then I would stop. I did allow myself to vomit a few times because I wanted it out of the system. I had no cheese in the Philippines, so that's why I prevented it from killing me.
Wow.
But you can see it's starting to come out all over here again, on the leg, foot, ankle. See how it's bubbling up?
It looks like poison ivy a lot.
Yeah. But poison ivy is what? It's the oils.
From the
That's what I was saying with the other arm.
plant.
It's like
And it
oil
doesn't
from
spread.
Right.
What the body does is the body breaks the oil down and spreads it out in the lymphatic system and puts it to the skin in more areas, because that oil is very, very concentrated. And it's an irritant because the body can't break down those 3 oils from those 3 ivy plants. It's impossible. Sumac, oak, and ivy. So it just moves the oil into different places to come out, and it causes a rupturing of the 2 first and second layers. And then the fluid underneath is there to soothe the skin after the fat has burned it. The oils have burned it, not fat, oil. And that's down at the ankle here. This was here. Ankle again. Foot. Now this is a few days later. You can see how it's tons of it are coming out all over in the foot. And this was a year after I had the worst. Now, most people would run to a doctor, and what happened? The body would start. So this, a man at the lumberyard dropped a 90-pound post, teak post, on my toe, and split the toe completely in two, all the way down here. So that's a year after the toe was split. It took a long time for that toe to heal because of all the contamination in the area that went along with it. Otherwise, that would have been healed in about 6 weeks. You see my ankle is getting larger and larger as the poisons move out. So the important thing was to keep, there was a hot springs near where I live in the Philippines. So I go to the hot springs or take some, one of those water heaters, water boilers, and then put that in a bucket and soak the feet, especially this left one. Now the right one, when it happened, the right one was the worst. The next year it went over to the left. And this year it's been mainly up in here, some of it on both legs this last year.
Are you using the same pineapple?
No, you don't use pineapple in this.
Okay.
That's to get rid of a tumor.
Okay.
Here you've already got skin damage. You never do that. You want to use coconut cream, butter, dairy cream, some fats to soothe the area. Tomato helps soothe the tissue too. So, and cucumber. Those are the 5 things that I used. When the skin burned, I used cucumber. I would just take slices of cucumber and rub it all over and just keep rubbing it till it didn't burn anymore. That took about maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes. If I could see it was more inflamed and I get more bubbles, I would rub tomato on it, cold tomato. And when it was just so debilitated, I put either coconut cream or butter or dairy cream on it. Dairy cream was probably the most soothing of the fats. Butter was the least. And coconut cream would cause lots of burning sometimes. So remember, coconut cream is still 80 to 90% cleansing. Oils of any type are 100% cleansing. Oils don't belong in our body. Those are for herbivores, animals who eat vegetation. They handle oils. We're supposed to be eating animal fats. But you can take oil, like I said in my DVD and workshop, you can take a tablespoon of oil a day to help clean out certain toxins. But any more than that will cause a strain on the body. This is another few days later, week later. You see how it just spread all over. And you can see this is when it started.
Now, how long after was this? A year?
This is a year after the injections.
You have no ankle.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I still have a lot of scarring from this on my legs. My ankles, yeah, from that.
Are you just intuitive about the butter, coconut cream, and dairy cream as to which one to use, whatever feels better?
Yeah, I do whatever one feels better. That's
Okay.
that's how I tell.
Okay.
And you have to experiment. If it's hot, you can always use the cream better. If it burns, yes. But if it doesn't burn, you put the coconut cream on it because you want to help cleanse the area quicker, and it causes burning. You just have to get over the burning. Now, what I was also, here's a nice little fly was eating some of this stuff. What I would do is sometimes you can see that there are heavy poisons still a little active. I put lime juice on that. and the lime juice surrounded those molecules that were damaging tissue. And then I put the coconut cream over that. I let the lime juice soak in and dry. Once it was dry, then I put the coconut cream on. And here was oozing like impetigo. Most impetigo is caused from dental injections. That's why impetigo mainly happens on the face. But dental injections can be anywhere in the body. I mean, like anesthetic can be injected anywhere in the body. It can come out anywhere. But most often impetigo comes out the face. What it is, it's a particular bacteria that breaks down certain damaged tissue caused by anesthetics, especially dental anesthetics. Now, the pharmaceutical industry, medical industry says that bacteria is the one that's causing your problem. No, it's helping you get rid of the problem, which are the industrial toxins from the anesthetic. Hair was starting to subside as far as the skin damage. Now, that morning I had done the hot soaking of the, and you can see the skin isn't as labored because a lot of it perspired out of the foot. So it was a better day. And this was after a month.
And inflammation of the foot, is this from the liver working so hard, or what?
It has nothing to do with the liver.
What makes it pool like that, though? Like, what makes it fat and gouty and swollen like that?
Oh, that's poisons collecting under the skin. The lymphatic system, when it breaks down toxins, dumps it in its connective tissue to be perspired out the skin. 90% of all the wastes in the body are supposed to move through the skin. 10% through your digestive tract.
The reason why I asked is my right leg looks like that, like it's swollen. Like I'm thinking, like, I have to get the liver spasms. I'm wondering if it was like a gout kind of thing.
No, this is toxicity stored in that leg, in that ankle.
Yeah.
Like right now, I'm starting to get the rash around here from this. And it comes and goes with the aching of this arm.
Yeah.
I mean, this arm was so achy yesterday I couldn't even type. It was that bad. Couldn't lift it. But you can see after a month it's almost all over. Now, you can see a tumor developed here. Basal cell tumor right over here on the outside ankle. And it got quite large. I think I have another picture of it somewhere. Now we're just starting over again. So, I thought I had more. Maybe I put them in a different one. Anyway, you can see how large that is, about this big. And it took me a year to get rid of it. It took my body a year to get rid of it. Now this is another kind of rash from another fellow. You can see he's got iodine in here. So he took an liquid iodine supplement. And remember, iodine they use as an antibacterial because it kills cells. It kills bacteria. It kills everything. That's why I use it as an antiseptic. So a lot of these people are taking liquid iodine because they say it's healthy. It's the most insane thing in the world. You've got a rock that is an irritant, that is a killer. Not as bad as mercury or thallium, but it still does heavy damage. So these people take it, and also with an iron supplement. So this person has iron and iodine coming out their skin, and look what's happening. And I warned him. I warned him 2 years before he started taking these. But he was sold on the person who sold him on that they were beneficial. Does that look beneficial to you? So, I'm just showing you the many ways that the body can dump stuff. Now here's a whole body condition. This is a guy from St. Louis, Jeff Slay. And this was him, not at his worst. He was still 15 pounds lighter than this at his worst. He was 30 years old and wasting away. Had been to the doctors for 3 years. He was eating ravenous amounts of food. I mean, enormous amounts of food, and couldn't gain a pound. Doctors didn't know what was wrong. Said it was in his mind. The guy's even when he was growing like this, he was a happy guy. Comes from money. His cousin is the mayor of St. Louis. You know, the whole family's got money. Lots of money. Not little money. He's never worked a day in his life. You know, so happy, easygoing guy, good mentality, everything. And they tell him it's in his head. You know. So finally, Dr. McCullough in Chicago referred him to me, and this was him after this was a year, but I told him to redo the pictures with his glasses on, and that was a year after. But he looked like this in 6 months on the diet. You see the difference. Of course, the diet that I made specifically for him, he was so many toxins in his body that were attaching to his intestinal bacteria, so he wasn't digesting anything. He would break it down, but he couldn't absorb it because poisons were attached to all the nutrients that he was breaking down the intestinal tract. So the body refused to absorb everything he digested.
Was it from vaccines or what?
Most of it would look vaccine related. And you know, all your affluent people, you take a look at your children from affluent people. They're all wearing glasses. They're deformed more than others, because the parents are always taking them to the doctor if they have anything. So they're always getting medication, constantly. I mean, I grew up in a neighborhood like that, and all of the smartest, dorkiest looking kids were from very wealthy families given heavy medication and vaccines. And the ones who weren't were sporty and athletic. So that's a whole body condition that can result from all the poisons going into the intestinal tract instead of out his skin.
How did you help him absorb the nutrients?
Well, I had him eat lots of cheese and lots of honey and butter to be able to grab the contamination, and then lots of eggs and milkshakes. Mm-hmm. Lots of milkshakes to regain that. So he was basically a milkshake baby. Now, this is a recent one, not even a year ago. This woman had a sty on her eyelid, upper eyelid. She's about 61, 62 years old. And I had her put lime juice on this every day, twice daily, and some vinegar. So she put the lime juice on at night and the vinegar on in the morning. And it took about 3 months to get rid of it. Most styes have to be removed surgically because they don't go away, because the doctors don't know how to get rid of it. Now what she had was, you can see this black coming through these two spots? Mercury from her fillings. So she's in the process of having the fillings removed, and maybe it won't happen again. But as long as that mercury's gassing into the head, as you saw on that video from Alberta University, that it just keeps all those gases particulate, get right back in the system, and each molecule, each little particulate will outgas on its own again. It's just, they say that mercury has a 90-day life. That's just from going to an ethyl to a organic mercury, and when it go, to an ethyl mercury, or from ethyl mercury to an inorganic mercury. So, and you can go from inorganic mercury to an ethyl mercury and back and forth, never going back into the least harmful inorganic mercury. So in the body, it just vacillates between the worst two kinds of mercury. So it never dies. There's no real life for it. It's a life of when it changes over. So the whole concept that mercury has a half-life, which is 45 days, is absurd. You think that, oh, it dies? No, it transforms into a different form of toxic mercury. Never dies. Now, this is a young lady that crushed her ankle about a month ago. This was, I think, 4 days after it happened. And all the damage from that ankle was coming to her skin, creating a rash. You can see the damage here. She was jogging, it was nighttime, and she hit a broad growth like a tumor on a root of a tree, and crushed the ankle, the tendons and the ligaments attaching to the heel and the ankle. So she was in excruciating pain, couldn't put it down, anything. So, I said, send me pictures so I can see what's going on. I said, it sounds like she just tore a ligament. But I asked how much bruising there was and everything, so I couldn't really tell. But finally, they sent me the pictures, and I could tell that she had actually crushed, which is worse than a break or a fracture. She crushed the tendons and the ligaments, which takes 5 times, 10 times longer to heal. So I have her putting lime juice on the skin just to go in and arrest some of the toxins that are going to be coming out from that discharge. Even organic compounds can be very caustic to the body and skin. So put lime juice in there. Also had her make a lime juice formula. It's in my newsletter of December, last December, and had her take that. Plus I had her put honey on there and then meat. Remember with the boxers, the meat. So I had to put meat on it for about 2 weeks. But this is where they're coming out. See, the body has to take every one of those damaged cells, has to dissolve it, reuse what it can, and then send the rest of the waste out to the skin. Now, most people are so toxic that the body reuses very little, recycles very little of a dead cell. Used to be 2/3 of every dead cell could be recycled. Now, today, you're lucky if 5% can be recycled. Sometimes none of a cell can be recycled. That means all the poisons have to come to the skin. So, a huge damage like that to the leg, the amount of cells that she damaged that have to be dissolved and removed from the system are coming out, and her body isn't breaking it down properly. I know she has enough probiotics, so what she's missing, what I decided finally after almost 2.5 weeks was, by looking at this and following her, and her mother was calling me like every 4 days, and by looking at the pictures I could tell that she was deficient in fungus that helps break down toxicity, gangrene and all of them. So I had her take little chips of cheese and mold them until they were very hairy. So I had her take those, and the rash reduced by 80% within 24 hours. So now I had her taking one every 4 days just to make sure it wasn't too much. Now I have her taking one every day.
She takes
just one little piece.
The cheese, the fungus cheese, she'll eat it?
Yeah.
How long?
She puts some meat on this rash. It makes it worse. It burns and hurts.
Okay.
That's only on a bruised area.
Got it.
How long does it take for the cheese to mold if you leave it out?
It depends upon the cheese and the mold and the temperature. And, could take anywhere from 3 days to 2 weeks. But they already had some moldy cheese. I just had to cut it up, and like in 2 days, it was very long and hairy, which is perfect. But you can see how bruised and damaged. This is 8 days after it happened. No, this is 5 days after it happened. See all that damage. Now, this wasn't the side that she damaged. Was this the side she damaged? Yeah, that was the side. That was the inside she didn't damage. And the inside is almost bruised like this.
Did you recommend she not walk a lot, or?
I still tell her not to walk much. She couldn't at all. It was too painful. So, she had exams. She had final exams, major exams that came up. Couldn't even go to school to take them, so they brought them to her. Mother talking, she's in college, so she's like 20 years old. So you see what it did at the worst when that was coming out of her skin. How it dried it out and damaged it. And I mean, she's not a skinny girl. She's about your size, Still not enough fat to handle that many waste products at one time without causing skin damage. This was about 8 days after. Now you see how yellow it's getting? Now when the body starts breaking down dead red blood cells in the body, remember bruising is you've got broken capillaries and veins. So all this red blood is getting out of the circuit, red bloodstream, and it's in the other tissues where it doesn't belong. It can't live. So they die in there. That's what your purple is. When you have purple, you have internal bleeding, lots of dead red blood, live red blood cells that haven't died yet. As they die and decompose with bacteria the way they're supposed to when they're out of the bloodstream. When they're in the bloodstream, the phagocytes, the white blood cells, eat them. No contamination. Never gets to that level unless your white blood cells are unhealthy. So what happens in the skin is the bacteria will break these dead cells down, and that's why you have black. You go from blue to black to yellow. Yellow are the dead red blood cells dissolved into a liquid to pass through the skin. So whenever it goes through those stages, you know your body's healing itself.
Same person?
Pardon?
That was the same person, the last
Yeah,
slide?
but that was later. They got mixed up somehow by date. This is still the heavy rash. And you can see all the yellow here, the ankles over here. It's all coming out. All the yellow. Still see how heavily damaged the area is. She didn't crush it right here. She crushed the whole thing. So probably at least 8 ligaments crushed, and probably about 6 tendons. Right where they connect to the bone.
What kind of surgery did the doctors want to do?
Oh, they wanted to go in and cut heavily. But see, she didn't go to the doctor until her family was on her case. Her mother didn't want to take her to a doctor, but her father and aunts and uncles all said she'll never walk again and stuff like that. So they took her to the doctor, and she called me as soon as she got out of the office, and she said, "You know what he said?" He said the same thing you. Worse than a break or a fracture, she crushed the ligaments and tendons. Paid $300 to tell him that. And I told her that in 10 minutes. And the doctor gave her these foam pressure things to put on. I said, you use those. She's not going to get any circulation to that leg. She's going to have scarring in there. It's not going to be mobile anymore as well as it was, and you're going to deteriorate the condition. You're going to cause scarring. But that's what a doctor would do. Because then you keep going back into therapy, physical therapy to clean all the scarring that you caused by using the pressure bandages. And this was about 15 days after. She did it on February 1st. And this is the 15th. Now you can see this is the inside. This is the inside of that. You can see how it bruised. Not like the other one, but it even caused some kind of bruising over here. How that happened, it may be that when she damaged it, that she somehow went over to the other side and bruised it a little bit too. You can see it's getting better. Everything, all of her rash, everything's going down because of this was 27 days after, and it's healing pretty nicely. She's now walking on it, but just on the toe, flat, and with crutches, one crutch still. And I said, do not go heel toe. You just keep on the ball with the foot and walk with it. And that's showing the rash calming down from the lime drink and the moldy cheese. See how little. Now she's got a fungus in there helping break these things down into a compound that goes through the skin without causing all that irritation, skin damage. That is a bruise on her hip. She fell into a wheelchair that she was using and bruised the hip. Now again, you see all these dead red blood cells in here turning black and then yellow. That's a good healing process. If you understand what the body is doing, you'll know and not panic. You say, oh, red blood cells, as they die, they turn black. As the body breaks it down with bacteria or fungus, turns yellow and passes out to the skin. So you always want to apply heat.
You want to.
Always want to apply heat. Meat and heat. And she put meat on it right away. Meat with, she put a little bit of lime juice first, and then a tiny bit of butter. Meat on top of that, then plastic on top of the meat, and then wrap that, with an ace bandage. And she basically had no pain after the initial, damage.
So meat's being put on for the protein, you're saying, for the repair.
Well, it's to help the body take protein in there to break down those dead cells and to make sure the skin is pliable enough to stretch and to allow a lot of toxins out at one time. And it feeds the cells direct protein because they get very protein deficient when they're this much cellular damage. You have to realize that much damage to the actual bruised skin plus the internal bleeding, you've got somewhere around 500,000 cells that now all of a sudden need to be cleaned. Instead of 10% of the general area being cleaned, now you've got 30% of an area needing cleansing. That means all of the nutrients that would go to the whole leg now have to go to here. Put the meat on, with the lime juice and a little bit of butter. Put the meat on and it gets all the nutrients right directly to the area. That was this is the beginning again. We're back to the beginning. Now, I want to go over supplements just again. This is food supplement, vitamin C from food. This is vitamin C. This treated into a pill. That's what happens. It turns into a crystal in rock. Do you think that's going to do what this does? Not in your dreams. And this is vitamin B1. Same thing. Here it is in its raw food form, and here it is in your supplemental form. No relationship. It's the same. Now, when this is a blood cell, or any cell, human cell, when you have a nanoparticle like they use in vaccines, they are so tiny. That's why you have 76 quadrillion molecules of mercury in a pinhead, because it's nano-sized. So 5 molecules of mercury will do complete disease and destruction to one cell. 1 molecule of mercury can cause disease but not necessarily kill the cell. And these are nanoparticles. It's like a nanoparticle would be a speck on here. Just a speck if the cell were this size. It was described to me like this, and when I looked at it under Nizam Gaston's 50,000 magnification scope that he made himself. 1 nanoparticle would be a football on a football field. Now these are white cells, blood platelets, the arterial wall with its pores. This is, of course, not the way it looks in a healthy body, because a lot of the mucus has been stripped off because they cleaned this to show you what the blood looks like without the serum all around it. So they removed a lot of mucus to get this shot. And this is, again, this is a blood cell. And it's got all the organs that we do, liver, spleen, almost everything just looks different than we have it. Has a heart, has a nucleus, has almost everything that we have. They're just called organelles in a cell. Any of these can be poisoned with any particle. Contaminant particle, thallium, mercury, arsenic, any of them can get in there and do damage in a particular place. Let's say in a human body, if a lot of the waste from a vaccine collects in the pancreas, all of a sudden the pancreas is going to stop working, we have a diabetic. If it happens in connective tissue, MS. Or lupus. If it affects the nervous system, absolutely MS. If it's systemic.
Yeah, just how much also could street drugs be? Kids are doing ecstasy now, and
Pardon?
how much could street drugs be toxic?
They're really bad.
Yeah.
They're worse than medical drugs.
Wow.
Except for marijuana.
That's not super toxic. I thought it was super toxic.
No. Well, you've got 16 times more tars in marijuana than you do in a cigarette.
Right.
But even in some people, I've found that cigarettes are good. If their liver can make a bile, several different kinds of bile, to use that vaporized fat, the vaporized oil as a fat converted into a cholesterol. I know 5 people, 2 are on the diet and been on the diet for 16 years that smoke and they won't give it up. And they have no TARs in their body showing. Then I've got people who are non-smokers but were raised around smokers and have so many TARs in the body, you'd think that they were the smoker.
That's how the body deals with it.
Yes, the body can convert it into a good substance.
Right.
And I don't know how many smokers are out there that are able to convert it, but there's a few.
The guy I told you about who had the AIDS and went to HIV and now shut off, he was a crystal meth user. And
that stuff's really nasty.
And it would, when you're pro, you would see all the stuff start coming out of his skin. Heavy stuff.
Yeah, it's cleaning fluids, ammonia. It's all made from cleaning compounds.
Wow.
Janitorial equipment. Okay, this is the skin. There's the surface. You can see all the different layers. There are 11 layers in the skin. And this is the subcutaneous areas where the fat level is. And this is muscle down here. So you can see all the layers. When poisons have to pass through that skin, they have to be completely liquid to move through all that. To get to the pore and out the pore, around this pore and out. If there's hair in that follicle. If there's a follicle in that pore. Otherwise, if there isn't, then it's easier to pass through, but we have a lot of hair on the body, especially men. So it's harder to get those substances through. That's why I recommend that everybody take a hot bath every day. At least 40 minutes a day, preferably 90 minutes a day. The people who take 90-minute baths daily for a year, I see them advanced 2 to 3 times faster than if they didn't have those hot baths. It makes a remarkable difference.
Do they need to add anything to it? Like you say, use vinegar and cream sometimes.
No, vinegar and milk.
Vinegar and milk.
And sea salt or Epsom salt.
Is just having a bath just beneficial, or do you need to put this stuff in it?
If you've got chemicals in your water, it's going to damage you. You're going to absorb them. The first time I realized that, I returned, when I just started eating meat, I returned to Los Angeles after living outdoors. And I got into a bath and went to soak in there. In 10 minutes, my teeth were, I wasn't cold, I was hot. Teeth were chattering, my body was shaking, my breathing was so hyper and erratic, I thought I was going to pass out. It was like a hyper-diabetic, state where, no proper glycogen running the brain and nervous system. And it happened 3 times, and then I realized it was contaminants in the water. LA has 192 chemicals in their water. The water comes from Saugus, it's used there, then it goes to the valley, all that industry, everybody painting, throwing their discards in it, they're washing their grease off of their trucks and stuff like that, and then they recycle that, and LA gets it for the 3rd use. 192 chemicals. So I put 2 cups of milk in it, and nothing else. That worked. But it's expensive. So then I tried with a half a cup. It reduced the symptoms probably by 50%. So then I put a whole cup in. Still wasn't quite good enough, but that was still very expensive. So then I started experimenting because I knew vinegar has amino acids that arrest certain toxins. They're great for chelation therapy. So I put 2 to 3 tablespoons of that in the bath. And I'm talking about a big cloth bathtub. So I experimented until I got it down to where I had the least of ingredients, the least expensive, and the combination that worked. 3/4 of a cup of milk, 2 to 3 tablespoons of raw apple cider vinegar, and 2 heaping tablespoons of either sea salt or Epsom salts. Now, when I did that, it helped more perspiring when I added the salts. It causes more perspiration. Because salt attracts water, remember. So it helps pull the fluids out of your skin, and that's what you want. You want to remove those poisons in your perspirations out quickly.
How about well water?
Well water, you don't need to put anything, but I would still put some Epsom salt in.
It stinks though, huh?
Right.
Well water smells horrible.
Well, it depends on what your well water. If you have sulfur in it, you get a stink.
Yeah, and it smells like, I've moved to an area where the well water smells horrible.
The sulfur.
Sulfur.
Is that is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
That's a good thing.
Oh, okay.
Sulfur helps pull a lot of things like toxic sulfur from sulfur-based antibiotics,
Okay.
which are very, very damaging to the body because sulfur dries out, dehydrates the system. So that's why they use it for bladder and kidney infections. Dehydrate those symptoms. However, when it does that, it doesn't correct the condition of those toxins stored in the urethra or bladder or kidney or all three. It stops it and causes a worse condition because now you've got sulfur that's not bioactive in food, it's an isolated rock. And we use that to make matches and explosives and stuff like that. Not a healthy thing, isolated. And you see the fat layer between the skin, layers of skin and the muscle, and that's a lot of lymphatic activity. You can see a lymphatic gland here. All these are lymphatic vessels through here, blood vessel here, and veins, and then neurological passages. So you've got 3 circulatory systems in the body. The fast one is blood, the next is neurological, and then the very slow one is lymph. And there's the lymph system. Now, it's much more complex than this. This just gives you the arteries and veins of the lymphatic system without the tiniest veins and capillaries all over. But it's circulation just like blood and neurological passages. And you'll see the glands here, all those little bumps. Those are all glands. You can see the greatest part of them are in the crotch area. And then the next are in the armpits and all around the breast area, especially in women. And they don't show all of them here because you have them all around the breast. That's why you get lumps, swollen glands, and then your neck is your next most prominent place. So it's the crotch, breast, and under the arm area, and then the neck. You have your greatest collection of toxins and debris and waste to move through the system. So you notice you have most of your rashes in the chest and breast area and the neck and face from that, and also in the thigh you get rashes and fungus all down here. And the lymphatic uses all the help it can get because the bacteria isn't as prominent as it should be. So the body's using fungus, cells are making solvents that they call virus. Remember, virus aren't alive, that's all crap. And all the images you see that are so-called virus are image generated, computer generated. They're not pictures, not photographed. They're like Walt Disney's creations. They are not real.
Aajonus, I know you said this before, what are viruses? You said they're made by the body, essentially?
Cells it's a solvent. It's like making muriatic acid or hydrochloric acid that can dissolve a cell. Normally, bacteria eat the cells. The waste is recycled. Simple, easy process. From all the contaminants and the vaccines and the antibiotics, we've destroyed most of that. So the body, and also the fungus is in the body. So the body's resorting to cells making a solvent to dissolve dead cells, dissolve parts of themselves to clean it. The problem with that is that there's no recycling of that waste. It all has to leave the body.
So I got a question. Would you say the immune system basically is parasites, viruses, bacteria,
No,
fungus?
there's no such thing as immune system. That's
Right.
a garbage moniker that the pharmaceutical and medical industry has made to convince you to take more drugs and treatments.
So it'd be maybe immune systems.
You don't have an immune system. What you have is a system that works perfectly
Right.
and never has to defend itself except if you get venom.
Okay.
And when that happens, you've got certain bacteria to do that. Parasites to help with that. And lots of minerals to do that. Hydrochloric acid, like if you get bit by a snake or a scorpion, your body can take you can vomit. Take the hydrochloric acid and put it on that spot. And that'll neutralize that venom. Or you can take milk and cheese and eat that and draw those poisons to the stomach, and then hydrochloric acid will neutralize it. The dairy will absorb it with the minerals and pass it out of your body. Saliva can also help neutralize venoms. That's why you suck and lick, keep putting your spit on a wound, a bite, you will break it down. Of course, that's in the body. You better have good nutrition in there. And you can see all the lymph glands that are under the armpit there. There are more in here. There are 11 in the breast, but they're showing them not so prominently as here because they're in such concentration here. I think that they softened this area so it didn't show as many. Because a lot of women will lop their breasts off without even having a problem, just for sheer fear of having breast cancer. What are you going to have then? You're not going to have all those lymph glands to clean the garbage in the lungs, so you're going to end up with lung cancer. I'd much rather have breast cancer than lung cancer. Can't get rid of dead cells. I'd rather have breast cancer than lung cancer. You're not going to breathe. Your lungs will begin filling up with fluid. You're not going to be able to walk upstairs. You're not going to be able to function. Okay, let's take a break. Cheese a lot and frequently, that we can force toxins through the intestines, which was the opposite of the way I used to think. I used to think it's better to go through the skin so you don't damage the intestinal walls and damage digestion. However, when I realized that when you eat cheese, unsalted raw cheese, that the body will pull a lot of the poisons out of the blood and neurological and lymphatic fluids as they pass through the intestinal tract. And normally, because we are so toxic and the lymphatic systems are so jammed from all the hydrogenated oils that we've consumed in everything since the late 1950s and all through the 60s when margarine came out and all that nonsense, everybody's lymphatic system is blocked. So most of your toxins were going through the intestinal tract anyway. On this diet, we got the body moving more of the poisons out the skin every day. However, it's still a very slow process. The skin gets very little nutrients unless you're having a massage once or twice a week with mixture of bone marrow and butter, or bone marrow and butter and colostrum, or colostrum and butter. All of those things will generate the skin very quickly and help strengthen it. So you can feed the skin from the outside and not have to eat it, because you realize the amount of nutrients that we need to eat to harness all the poisons in the body. You'd have to be 600-700 pounds. And eating that much every day, all day long, to harness all the poisons we have in the body. So I watched the slow and methodical process of the body getting well. And according to Howell and Powdinger, it'd be 40 years minimum if you're perfect. According to what they did with animals, who they got sick and diseased, and then it took 5 generations for them to get to optimal health again. So 5 generations for us is 40 years. But it's unlikely because we're still in pollution, we're breathing every day, and we're still in a lot of contaminants, radiation, radio waves, microwaves. It's affecting everybody. So I decided, got to find some way to speed this up, but without doing harm. So I started experimenting with people who were dumping most of their poisons into the stomach anyway and intestines. Always nauseous or always having diarrhea and vomiting. Those are the signs that the body is dumping its major poisons into its digestive tract. So how I resolved that with them, I suggest they eat raw no salt cheese to absorb those poisons. To eat to the point where they got to nausea, because when you have nausea, you force hydrochloric acid to be produced in the stomach. And as I said, the hydrochloric acid helps neutralize poisons, venom, a lot of things. And it can help with any organic toxin that's in the body. So by taking them to that, I found that if I had them eating cheese, as long as they were nauseous, some people were eating cheese every 15 minutes because they were experiencing constant nausea. So over a period of a year, when I said, don't, as long as you're nauseous, you keep eating a little piece of cheese. Keep doing it. After what I saw, the changes in the irises from one year to another, it was astounding. The amount of metal doubled or tripled that left their body. So I realized, wow, let me try it with people who aren't normally dumping it out their intestines, or dumping out their skin, going through rashes and all kinds of other stuff, or not detoxifying at all. So I began telling people heavy metal toxicity, anybody that came in highly contaminated in factories or on farms with pesticides grew up on it. I suggested construction. A lot of my construction workers, very contaminated, have them take a 2-cup jar of their little sugar cube sized amounts of cheese, raw no salt cheese, had a pouch, an extra, tool belt pouch for their cheese, their jarred cheese, and every 15 minutes their watch would go off, and they pop one and go right back to work. So it took 5-10 seconds out of their every 15 minutes, 20 minutes to have a piece of that cheese. A year following, 2 of my construction workers also had the same results, 1.5 to 3 times more detoxification than normal. So then for the next 3 years, I started experimenting with a lot of people, all sorts, and everyone has improved greatly. I've had problems with a few that get so constipated they just can't move, and they won't do what's needed, like the suppositories of buttercream and coconut cream to squirt up in there. Now, why do they get drier than other people? Because once they start pulling the poisons out, their bodies get very hungry. When food passes through the digestive tract, goes to the stomach, and then all of a sudden it's absorbed everywhere in the small intestines, by the time it gets to the ileocecal valve going into the bowel, there's very little fat left. The body's using from the small intestines to feed the organs and glands, and nothing's left to feed the brain and the nervous system, which is what the bowel takes care of. So the bacteria in the bowel, like the E. coli, digest the food, which is fecal matter at that point, into the smallest molecules to feed the brain and the nervous system. So, if you're depressed, you've got a bowel problem. You don't have enough bacteria in there. Maybe because you don't have enough fat in there. So those people who get very dry in their bowel movements are because they are fat deficient in the bowel, and their brain and nervous systems are fat deficient. So if you do that suppository of 3 tablespoons each of butter, cream, and coconut cream, and just 1/4 of a teaspoon of honey, that's about the size of a bean, shake that up together, put it in a bowl of hot water with a lid on it. Not hot enough to burn your fingers after 6 seconds, but make them uncomfortable. We'll melt that down, then take a 4-ounce bulb syringe, or they only sell 8 ounce and make 8 ounce now. So you got 2-ounce baby ear, syringe, or bulb syringe, or you have an 8 ounce. No more 4 ounces in this country. And I've been able to find it in any other country. Anyway, you take that, if you have an 8 ounce bulb and you only have 4 ounces of fluid, you have to squeeze the bulb and then suck it up until there's a point where you've got all the fluid in there. You don't release it completely because you're going to have a lot of air in it. And sticking air in you is going to cause a lot of gas, a lot of, flatulence. And that isn't comfortable, and it's not pleasant around other people. So you just get to that point where it's in the syringe, get on all fours, stick it in this way or this way, whatever's comfortable for you. And then once you've squeezed it, try to get as high up in there as you can. Now, usually your apparatus, your proboscis on it, is about this long only. And it usually takes, because you've got the rectum, and then you've got the bottom of the sigmoid colon, it's just about that length. You need to get up in there further. So what I suggest is, if you don't have a wife, you get a douche bag and you take the long one that has like the star shape on it with bigger holes in it, and then you have a tube, you just cut a piece of the tube off so it goes onto that, and then it goes onto your regular nozzle on your bulb syringe, and then squeeze that in up high in your system. It works better that way. Then put your hands on your face on the floor, keep your buttocks in the air, still on your knees, and roll your stomach like a belly dancer. So it'll move up the descending colon. Do it for 3 or 4 minutes. You have to do it constantly, but roll it as much as you can in 3 to 4 minutes. Then lie on your right side, lift your left leg up in the air, and roll your stomach again as much as you can for 3 to 4 minutes. Then it will pass it up over the transverse colon and down the ascending colon. So you get the fat everywhere. Your E. coli and other colon bacteria are just going to be so happy. Your brain and nervous system is going to be so happy. And you won't have that dry fecal matter. Now, some people's nervous systems are so dry they may have to do it every 3 days. Others may need to do it once every 2 weeks. Just depends. You have to regulate it on how dry your fecal matter is. Now, I can eat cheese all day long, never have a problem having bowel movements. A lot of people who eat cheese never have it. Now eat tons of cheese. Why doesn't it dry them? Because we've been feeding our nervous systems longer, and our nervous systems aren't as weak and as fat deficient. Those people who have very hard fecal matter, their nervous systems have been starving for decades. Now some babies that are toxic when they go through cold and flus, I'll tell the mother to feed them cheese with just a tiny bit of butter. And infants usually have problems with cheese. It will dry them. So you have to do the suppository with infants. And that resolves the problem immediately. Babies do not like hard fecal matter. They scream and cry and grunt and groan, not happy people. But again, that's because the colon is not getting the proper fats they need. Probably what's happening is that now that the cheese is in the body absorbing all these poisons, the body's using what little fat it has to contain those so it doesn't damage the intestines until that cheese flows out of the system. And so they're very fat deficient, so the body tries to hold on to all of the food to keep digesting and digesting as much fat as you can. But with the concentration of minerals in the cheese, it's going to be a losing battle. So, doing the suppository is very important if you have very, very dry fecal matter. So, what I'm helping you with today is how to handle detoxification. Just remember, all disease is detoxification. All your symptoms are detoxification. It's a process of moving the toxins out of the body. Those are not to be stopped. Those are to be handled. Swelling. You put hot water bottles on the area so you'll perspire more. You don't have all that pressure on the nerves. Heat will also allow the muscles and tendons to expand and relax. So even though there's swelling in the area, there won't be a pain associated with it because you won't have all that tightness in the muscles and tendons and in the skin. So heat has many, many benefits. And of course the final is it helps perspire the poisons out from the connective tissue where the lymphatic system has deposited it. Now I've noticed that when somebody eats cheese frequently, I have some people eating cheese every 15 minutes, so that's 4 times an hour. Some people are eating cheese every 20 minutes, that's 3 times an hour. Some people are eating it every 30 minutes, 2 times an hour. Some people are eating it once every 45 minutes. So it's every 2 hours, it's 2 times. So, every hour and a half, it's 2 times. So, you can eat it as your particular need dictates. If I've told you you've got a tremendous amount of metal poisoning in your system, you want to eat it as frequently as possible. Now what you're doing is rerouting the poisons. The body's saying, oh, I have a safe place where I can dump it. I don't have to send it out. I don't have to neutralize it as much. Send it out into the connective tissue to be perspired to the skin. Is it going to cause skin damage? Going to be problematic. If the cheese is in there, it gets absorbed in the cheese, and the concentration of minerals in cheese, 1 teaspoon of cheese is a quart of milk in mineral concentration. So you have to think about that. Mineral concentration in 1 teaspoon of cheese is what's in a quart of milk. So you can imagine how many minerals there are to bind, plus you have the fats in it. As long as it wasn't made with skim milk. You have the fats to arrest all those poisons. Pretty good method. The body doesn't have to work very hard to dump them into the intestines. The only problem before when it dumped them into the stomach and intestines was that it caused damage in the intestines. It poisoned the food. So if you digested your food and recycled it, you'd be recycling your poisons every time you ate. Like you saw Jeff Slay, Skin and Bones. He was recycling all of his poisons and couldn't digest and absorb anything to build his body, yet he was eating and eating and eating. So eating the cheese is a quick way to get a lot of poisons out with the least effort I know to this date. Now, some of the poisons in the body can be moved out faster if you know what nutrients, what foods helps draw like metals out of the system. a lot of people go through chelation therapy, and they're putting all these chemical poisons in their body. And in pig tests, it showed that like 72 to 86% of the DMPS, whatever they were using as the chemical chelation catalyst, was discharged from the body in urine, feces, and perspiration. That was in pigs. When I did it on humans, I did 8 tests on humans to see if that DMPS and DMS, whatever it is, passed through the body. Only 27% maximum passed out of the body. That means you've got 74% more chemical toxicity in your system. Sure, people feel better because it pulled out the toxins like mercury that were sitting in the fluid systems of the body, or the soft tissue of the liver or pancreas or spleen or nervous system, wherever it might be. So they felt better, yet they were probably 5 times more poisons, not mercury, but they were still poisons in the body, industrial chemicals. So as I analyzed why they were using certain amino acids in combinations to make up their formulas, their chelation formulas, I found that, but I know the properties of food. So I realized right away that 3 of those amino acids they use are in raw apple cider vinegar. So then all I needed was something else that helped pull mercury out of the system. We know that cilantro juice helps pull mercury out. So we drink cilantro in our vegetable juice. No less than 10%, or if somebody is having a lot of illness and anxiety or fibromyalgia and fatigue, chronic fatigue, then maybe 5% only. But normally 10% to 15%. Even 20% if you've been on the diet for a while. And then eat berries to help bind with those toxins. So, the vinegar, the amino acids in the vinegar and the lactic acids, and the cilantro will help pull metals out of the body, storages out of the body, storages of metal, including mercury, out from the embedment in the system, wherever that may be, glands, organs, circulatory systems, the veins of those circulatory systems, capillaries, wherever they are, brain, nervous system. So helps we pull those out. Then if you eat berries, and even a little bit of lime juice and vinegar with that, that will help bind with those immediately in your fluids, and wait for the cheese to come through and then absorb it and contain it completely. So all stages of that make the chelation therapy safe. If you're using a chemical, it's not safe. You're just doing long-term damage for other parts of your body. Now, lime juice, what it does, I found, especially after my motorcycle accident, where I took all the skin off and from my shoulder all the way down to my toes. I mean, just all layers of skin were gone. Even parts of bone and muscle were shaved down to nothing. And I put lime juice on that. And I had asphalt particles all over, and I couldn't get them out. It's too painful. So I just rubbed I did as much as I could. I was having such massive headaches after several hours of pulling out, with the tweezers, the particles of asphalt. I was in such excruciating pain, I couldn't do it anymore. I was exhausted. So I squeezed lime juice on it, bit on a towel, and screamed and screamed and screamed a lot as I put the lime juice on all this open tissue. And then I put a little bit of honey, and that burned and gave me a worse headache too. Then I put coconut cream, because I didn't have any butter at that time. I put coconut cream on top. I would have put butter otherwise. Either one, butter or coconut cream, could cause burning in an open wound. But it should only last about 30 minutes. Then you put the meat over that. And then I put plastic over that, and then, well, I put a damp cloth over that, or gauze, and then plastic over that, and wrapped it in an ace bandage all over my body. The skin and the muscles grew back in 12 days, completely sealed, in 12 days. I mean, they wanted to grab skin from my butt, my thighs, everywhere to put on there. And that's what they do to burn victims. Then what you have is you have stretched skin everywhere, scar tissue heavily where you made the transplants, and everybody's a walking scar tissue and always in pain, always taking medication. And all you have to do is pack it like that, and you'll seal open wounds with no skin. The meat acts as the skin. However, what I noticed for the next year, it was about 3 months after it sealed, little dry spots like tiny warts would appear, and I just scratch them off just like that without any effort. Pick them off. No damage to the skin underneath. So that I looked at it under my microscope before it was stolen, and I could see the molecules of lime juice around this piece of tiny fragment of asphalt. It was just like it had sealed it, like almost like a piece of plastic. But it was lime juice. And so I was picking them off like crazy for about a year. Mostly from here, but some from here. So I realized what lime could do in the body. So I started suggesting heavy doses of lime juice for people who are going through metal detoxification or even chemical detoxification. So I have them take like 2 to 3 ounces of lime juice with 2 to 3 ounces of honey, 1 to 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, a teaspoon of vinegar, 3 to 4 tablespoons of coconut cream, and 2 to 3 tablespoons of dairy cream, and 1 egg. And that reduces the amounts of fluids that you have, because all of a sudden you've got this mass formula that goes in and coats your poisons. So it reduces symptoms like at least 40%. So you have that as your fruit meal, maybe 2 times a week. The sport formula can always be used to do that. And 1-2 tablespoons of vinegar in it, and tomatoes. They will help the brain with the vinegar, and you also put like 2 to 3 tablespoons of lime juice in it, a little bit of lemon, and that will help arrest some of those poisons too. So you can get a little bit of this into you all day long if you're sipping on the sport formula. Get a massive amount of it when you have it at 2 fruit meals a week that consist of those ingredients. So you can deal with toxins all throughout the body, coating them, isolating them, controlling them.
What is that formula especially good for? Again, the
sport formula,
or both the sport.
The lime juice.
Yeah.
The lime juice is to help surround, encapsulate, or isolate damaging toxins, including mercury, from doing its damage. It reduces the amount of vapor that mercury discharges. by almost 33%. It's a third. Now everybody knows the sport formula, right? I've given it the last few workshops. Okay. It's usually a quart of fluid. You have three cups that make the basis of it. It can be cucumber puree, tomato puree, watermelon puree, whey, liquid fresh whey, and milk. So you got options to make any combination of those to make up 3 cups. But it has to be at least 2 of the ingredients.
Whey comes from milk, right?
Correct.
But why the difference?
Because whey helps remove the lactic acid quicker in your body, break it down and remove it. So a lot of people, because they're so toxic, the end product of metabolism in the muscles is lactic acid. The body will use lots of minerals to pack with, and then your muscles and everything stiffen because the minerals collect in there. When you put whey without all the concentration of minerals, and it's high in lactic acid, it goes in there and lactic acid reacts with lactic acid without solidifying it, without causing it to become a plaque in the body, without mineralizing it. So it helps remove lactic acid from the system. And sport, and anybody who's in sports, you know, they're exercising and burning a lot of muscle energy, or utilizing a lot of muscle energy. You can have a lot of uric acid byproduct. I mean lactic acid byproduct. So it helps remove that, so they can be better at it. Like Val Mysick and Walker Kieran in 2009, they were 2 high school tennis players, juniors, both of them. And in 2009, they were the top U.S. high school champions, both on my diet. Walker was asthmatic, and he came to me at 8 years old, couldn't breathe, couldn't walk, couldn't play sports his whole life up to the point after 2 years on the diet. Turned out to be a champion, you know, after 10 years on the diet. Pretty amazing. Yeah. Because I've got him on videotape talking to the Board of Supervisors in 2000. Scrawny little kid, if I don't have my milk, I can't breathe, and all this, my raw milk. And because they were trying to outlaw it. And then, you know, you look at him, he had a front page ad in the sports section of LA Times. You know, LA, well, it wasn't LA, it was Pacific Palisades tennis champion for the year, you know. Walking, and you look at him, you say, that was this little kid to this, you know, whamming that ball, smelled incredible power. Didn't even look the same, because when he was sick all the time, his face looked like this. As an adult, he was handsome and relaxed face, and out there, totally different person. Anyway, for him and Val, it's funny, the same year they were champions, you know, the female and male champions for that year. And Val was very sick too, very sick, all the time sick. Rashes, acne. She didn't react to vaccines well at all. So they really did severe damage. So, you know, they both got very well. So in the last few years when they were doing their championship stuff, they took my sport. I made it for them. And you take that sport formula, and they would have a quart of it. Now, normally, your tennis players will go through a gallon to a gallon and a half of water during 5 hours of competition. And they would have just that one quart and sip on it, because it has so many ingredients, and I'll give you the rest of the ingredients in a minute. So they would sip on it and they watch their competitors drinking all this water, diluting their energy, diluting their digestive tracts, and you see them get weaker and weaker. Even their breaths, they were more labored. And these two were out there just sipping that stuff and out there, just not losing a beat, not losing a fraction of energy. Kept sipping that sport foam in only a quart. Pretty amazing. So the rest ingredients are 1 to 2 tablespoons of vinegar, raw apple cider vinegar. 2 to 3 tablespoons of lime juice. 1 tablespoon of lemon juice. 2 tablespoons of coconut cream. 2 tablespoons of dairy cream. And 2 to 3 eggs. 1 to 2 tablespoons of honey. Now, it's got the lime juice and it's got the vinegar, it has the lemon juice, and for some people who have a lot of lymphatic congestion along with it, I'll tell them to cut their basic 3 cups of ingredients to 2.5 cups or 2 3/4, and have 1/4 to 1/2 cup of pineapple. Helps digestion, helps breaking down the lymphatic toxicity. And that one is very, very tasty. If you have a lot of metals in the body, you could throw maybe 5 raspberries in it, or 10 blueberries, or maybe 3 blackberries, just to help bind with metals.
So you're saying add the pineapple to that formula?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to lower the basic ingredients.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's some people that say that too much honey is not good.
Yeah, it's true for some people, but usually a 1/2 cup is necessary for diabetics, because unless they're taking insulin, the bees convert the honey by swallowing it. I mean the nectar. They collect the nectar, they swallow it. It it digests in their stomach. They make an insulin-like substance that converts 90% of that carbohydrate into enzymes that are made for digestion, mainly protein and fats. So when you heat it above 93 degrees, you damage that insulin-like substance. So when you eat completely unheated honey above 93 degrees, the insulin factor is present, so there's not a high sugar level. Heated honey is just like sugar, and that's the difference. Unheated honey will help you digest, it'll help you neutralize poisons, it facilitates healing by 5 times, according to a military Navy doctor in Costa Rica back in the 60s and early 70s. He studied it for 5 years, and he noticed that a lot of the tribes down in Costa Rica were eating honey, and he noticed the healing was very rapid. And when he introduced that honey to his military patients, they go, well, 5 times faster than those that he didn't utilize honey with, eating it or applying it to the wounds. So honey's a very good thing as long as it's unheated. Now, some people could cause detoxification in some people, not directly but indirectly. Say it goes in there and frees up, helps you digest things you haven't been able to digest before, like proper fats. So all of a sudden your liver is making proper bile, digestion is going on fine, And all these toxins you've had sitting in your liver or gallbladder or stomach lining, all of a sudden your body has the nutrients to dump that out quickly. Then you've got a problem. You know, you've got heavy symptoms. If you know you eat the cheese, all the other tricks, you know to handle any situation. And that's what I'm trying to help you with. I'll probably cut out a lot more of my business like I would the DVD, but that's what I'm about. I'll be a farmer, you know. So if everybody can do it without me, I'll be a farmer. You know, just eat the food out of the fields, you know, eat the milk right out of the cows. I love that. I mean, it's so phenomenal to be a farmer, to help your food grow, to exchange with the plants and the trees and everybody that's helping feeding the animals. My horses and cows love me. I mean, I can be gone for 3 months, and as soon as I walk on the property, they're coming after me.
Wow.
Nobody feeds their cows the way I do. I mean, all the rice on my farm, I don't sell the rice. I can't make enough money with it. It barely pays to have it, to grow it and to harvest it and everything, to sell it. Just cut break even. I feed my cows. I give them a good bowl of it every night before they go to sleep. I even, you know, but I did it first, so they know that I'm the boss around there. So as soon as I come on the property, they're right there with me, right with me.
Cooked rice? Or
No, raw.
So you have enough rice so that you can give them a whole bowl?
Oh, I've got
Wow.
20 acres of rice. So this year was a bad year. It was a drought this year. And thank God I had 4 reservoirs. So I got half the rice. I got 90-pound bale, 90-pound bags. I got 70 90-pound bags of rice. The year before I had 140. Everybody else around me that didn't dig reservoirs like I did got 1/10 of what they had. Farmers were losing their land this year terribly. And that wasn't, you know, I still had 30 bags left over from last year from feeding my cows, you know, that much rice. So I still had some left over. Now what I have from last year and this year's will help me feed them. I've got a new calf. I have now a new baby calf as of January 11th, and it was a girl. So it's perfect.
Can we come visit?
As soon as I buy the adjacent land and start building some cottages, because I want that to be a health spot. But they won't let me build. My property right now is right against the National Forest. So I can have one house, one guest house, and a house for my workers, and a barn. And I've got all of them, so they won't give me a permit to build anything else. So the land adjacent to me, and I'm between the forest and that land, I can, when that goes into Chino deed within the next year, be able to buy it and build lots of cottages.
I have a question. How are we supposed to now receive this information that you're feeding your cows grain? We're all trained to eat grass-fed beef and drink grass-fed milk and grass-fed butter. How does this feeding them this raw rice impact on that?
Well, I think most of those people don't know what the frick they're talking about. Because when I was on my grandparents' farm, my grandparents had pastures that they didn't seed. It just did its own seeding, so the grasses would seed at different times. If you plant the grass, they're all going to grow at the same rate, and they're going to all seed at the same time. When I watched them graze in the pastures, every time the seeds hit the ground, they were sucking it off with the dirt, eating maybe 2 cups of grain a day. If they got into the cornfield, they ate lots of corn. My grandparents fed them corn in the winter, you know, along with the hay that they grew, the alfalfa that they grew. They fed them ears of corn on the cob, and the cob too, and the cob's really sweet. They love it. So the milk, outstanding, the meat, outstanding. And those cows were always healthy. So I don't know what the bugaboo and crap is about that.
What about
famous?
famous?
Is it because it's a factory farm dairy where they're giving them craft grain?
That's
Stuff like
different. They feed them the garbage left over from manufacturing of cereals. That's grain waste.
Because it still all comes out of the ground and with the minerals that are in the soil and everything.
They can digest grain fine. If they ate too much, it would ferment.
Right.
So that's why I regulate. I mean, I've got big Brahman cows.
Or what if they eat exclusively grain? Would it then be the same story where it was fermented?
They would deteriorate. They would ferment and rot their intestines.
That's what the antibiotics issue's about, isn't it? In the factory, big farming.
Yeah, but they're eating stuff that'll ferment right away because it's already been processed
Okay.
and cooked.
That's interesting to know because, I always hear the grain-fed, good, but that's not the whole truth.
No, it's not the whole truth. So, but I now I have 2 acres of corn that I'm growing, feed corn. So my cows love that even more. My horse loved that even more than the rice. So I love the taste of corn supplemented cows and milk.
But
chickens.
you wouldn't eat the factory farmed
No way.
meats. But finished on grain then is fine.
If
Some cows,
it's completely raw and untreated and organic.
because our farmers market has grass-fed meats and pasture-raised meats, which are finished on grains, so they're okay.
It depends upon what grains are. If they're really feeding them whole grains,
Yeah.
or they're feeding the leftover waste from manufacturing cereals.
What is Amos? He's pretty much grass-fed, isn't
Yeah. Well, he's got the Sally Fallon crew
Right.
in there saying, I don't know if Sally Fallon's ever been on a farm and lived with the cows to know any difference. I've been experimenting with it my whole life. I was born near a farm. So, and I was on the farm when I was 6 months old. I was born in Denver, Colorado in 1947. It snowed 14 feet that year. And my mother's from Huntsville, Alabama, where it's nothing but warm. So she said, "We're leaving. That's it. We're not staying here." So as soon as I was born in April, so as soon as it thawed, 6 months, my father didn't even get another job. But my mother said, "We're not staying here. We're going to your parents' farm, and we're going to stay there until you get a job." He worked as an engineer in the gold mines there in Denver. So he went to New York and got a job, but was going to get settled there first, make sure everything was okay. Didn't like New York. So that's where his father was raised, in Brooklyn, New York. So he didn't like it there. So then he got a job in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So lived down there. Worked for the military, I think, in the nuclear stuff there. So, we were exposed to all that crap every time we went somewhere. The arsenic and the what was that they used to clean the gold, strychnine. And all they need is water to clean gold. Just takes a little bit more time. But they'd rather poison everything by using the strychnine to clean it. So, we moved. So I was on the farm at 6 months old. I was around that farm. I used to watch those cows and the pigs and the sheep. I couldn't do anything else. I couldn't work like everybody else had to work. I was too sickly. So I just got to sit around and watch. Watch the chickens grow, the hatch, the animals eat and feed and taste the food. And let me tell you, there was no food better than we got on that farm. Raspberries right off the bushes, cream and milk right out of the cows, chicken, its head cut off 20 minutes, 30 minutes before we ate it. Everything was delicious and scrumptious. The best times of my life as a child, the only good times of my life as a child were on the farm. there was enough difference in space for my brothers. I wasn't getting beat up and, ridiculed all the time. So I did a lot of observing of what went on, what the cows did, what the sheep ate, everything out there.
You know about Joel Salatin's farm in Virginia?
I haven't been there yet, so I don't know.
I want to go. But he moves his cattle every day, to a new crop of grass, and his chickens. He has it timed so that the chickens come in after the cows have been there, and they eat these huge grubs that are in the manure.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, but it takes a full day, 24 hours for the grubs are in it.
He says 3 days. It takes 3 days.
Oh, well, I was thinking Thailand. The grubs in mine, and one is 24 hours. Yeah. And the natives there will go pick the beetles out of the manure and eat them raw.
Wow.
Some of them will stir fry it, water fry it, but I've got patience there. We'll go and pick them out in the morning, put them in a little container, and eat them like candy all day long as they're going around doing their chores. Pretty spectacular.
Did you do it? Did you eat the beetles?
Listen, I've eaten insects only when I've had to, when I was starving, like tarantulas and scorpions. But, small bugs and roaches, they eat them all the time. It's Asia. On the street you see cockroaches this big, and people are frying them and eating them right there on the street. Scorpions, all kinds of creatures.
For the mineral content? What do you suppose the attraction is?
They're raised on it. It's like,
It tastes good.
Yeah, it's like chips for them. Yeah.
Even the raw ones?
No, well, I've eaten some grasshoppers, and they taste like grass. Just what they eat when it's raw. When you fry them, of course, they fry them in usually coconut cream. They'll fry them in coconut cream. So you got that coconut taste with the brittle, the crispy taste of the legs and the body and everything becomes crispy. So it's probably like a chip, to them. But raw, it tastes like whatever we're eating. Like I love the worms in corn. It just tastes like corn. Tastes like raw corn. It's sweet and delicious. And I got that from. I lived with a roommate from Peru, and she was in a large family. She had 11 brothers and no sisters, and she was the youngest in the family. So she didn't get any food, She was out and going in people's garbage baskets, getting eggshells and licking the egg white that was left in the eggshell. And she would eat the worms, and they would find big grubs, and she'd eat them raw and everything. So she was raised very primitively in Iquitos, in the jungles of Iquitos, Peru. So I learned a lot from her too.
Was she healthy?
Very. Very. Of course, then her oldest brother was an MD, and at 10 years old brought her to the United States and injected her every year with multiple vaccines. So by the time she was in her 20s, she was very sick. So even on this diet, she has had a hard time. Because she had, like you saw those open sores like on my leg, she had big ones out that wouldn't go away. I didn't know what to do at that time. That was 20 years ago. So I didn't know how to help her enough to get through that, because she had had so many injections from her brother. And he would inject her once a month with something. So that was 8 years of injections. She was 18 before she left their home. Can you imagine being injected with something every month? She sued him when she was 40 years old. She sued him. And she won a lot of money from the suit.
Because he had done it it was not with good intent? He had done it...
You're not supposed to treat your own family.
Oh.
So it was malpractice. And there was no way out of it. He deny it. So she won a lot of money, a couple $100,000, $200,000 or $300,000, $240,000, I think. So, because all that stuff was coming out, and she couldn't work. She was an actress, She had a big part in that Crash with. She played. What's that movie star was in Crash? The lead.
Sandra Bullock?
Sandra Bullock. She was Sandra Bullock's maid. You remember Sandra Bullock as the character, and there's a very unlikable, anxious woman, and then, and her maid's helping her, and all of a sudden she hugs her maid, and, and Naomi was just like, what is this? You're hugging me, you're such a nasty bitch. You can see it on her face. It was perfect. Anyway, she mostly does TV, but she gets a little film work. Anyway, there was years she couldn't work because that stuff was just coming out of her body, just leaking, and it was awful. Stunk. She couldn't even go She couldn't even go to a casting, meeting. So it was about 10 years. It was like that. So now I think that I could control it with her because this is like my situations. Because I had them all over the body at one time. Still took 6 months to get all that stuff out of my body from those 3 injections. And if she had 8 years, once a month, you know how many injections that is? That's 12 a year for 8 years. You're talking 100 injections. I was just dealing with 3. So, but I think that I would be able to handle it better with her, so she wouldn't be completely immobile. So, always remember to sip that sports formula. Don't ever drink it fast. It'll cause you to get very dry mouth. Also, it's so loaded with nutrients that if you drink fast, most of that H2O is going to go right to the kidney. So when the body needs to deliver the nutrients to the cells, it'll be H2O deficient. Then you're going to crave water. And water can never be delivered to the cell without the nutrients. So it's a big trap. So always sip your fluids no matter what it is. If you're peeing more than half of what you drink, that means you're drinking too fast. If you drink 2 quarts of fluid a day, you should only be passing a quart of fluid a day. I drink 2 quarts of milk a day and 1 quart of sport formula. And I pass about 5 cups of fluid, which is less than half of what I drink, because I sip all the time. I do not drink fast.
Including the green juice?
Including the green juice. I'll take 15 minutes, 10 minutes minimum to drink it. I treat it like a tea. Okay, now let's have questions about any kind of rash or symptoms that you've had and the complications, if you have anything about that, or anything about disease and how to, I can't say treat because I'm not an MD, so how to handle it, how to facilitate it. Yes?
It isn't my situation, it's with my son. His skin is really, really dry, and sometimes it'll crack and bleed a little. It's
eczema.
really dry. Yeah, I guess so. And it's red sometimes. It doesn't itch. So,
So
and
it's eczema right now that'll move into psoriasis. That's all butter deficiency.
so I thought you won't eat the raw butter. He doesn't like it. And I said you should be eating the raw
Did you
butter."
make a moisturizing lubrication formula
I
for
haven't
him? Try that, because that tastes like a lemon meringue.
Okay. Thanks.
And you can put more honey in it to get him to eat it first, and then lower the amount of honey in it.
Okay. Great.
But that usually takes at least one moisturizing formula a day to relieve it, usually in 30 days
Okay.
or less in children. Depends upon what the rest of his diet is like.
Well, he was bordering on anorexic. He's really thin. I think I wrote to you about that. But then he decided to go see a naturopath, Ron Schmidt, who, he does the raw.
Good.
Yeah, so he told him he needed more animal fat, which I really appreciated, because I was saying the same thing, but he wasn't listening to his mother.
Of course not.
Right. So now, he's now measuring everything he eats, but he's including cooked vegetables and brown rice in his diet.
Mhm.
And I don't want him to do that, but he doesn't eat raw.
Mhm.
He won't eat raw eggs, but he eats poached
Not
eggs.
even in milkshakes?
Yeah, he doesn't want to eat those either.
Mhm.
But I could tell him to eat, drink milkshakes more. And
Have you ever given him a custard? Make him a custard. Don't tell him there are eggs in it. He'll never know.
Okay.
Probably love the custard. Does he like ginger?
I don't know. He's never really tried it.
Great little tiny bit of ginger in it too, in a milkshake. Like an egg dog. Now, did you notice that I only drank this much? In that little times there was about an ounce and a half that I drank, but it looked like I was drinking a lot, didn't it? Because I was sucking it through my teeth and over my tongue, getting very little, like a baby gets lots of saliva when they're sucking the nipple. They produce as much saliva as they're drinking milk. Like I have babies that are only drinking, like 2 6-ounce feedings in 24 hours altogether on this diet, and they're growing fat and healthy. Why? Because they're producing all of this saliva that has nutrients in it too, with all that bacteria to help them digest every part of that food. And they're hardly producing any fecal matter. Very little waste.
I think that's all.
Okay.
Thanks.
Do you know anything about neoplazine?
Neoplasia?
Neoplazine. Blood root. I'm asking because my veterinarian applied this to my dog. My dog, when he was very young, not quite full grown, had a tumor growing right on his ear where it connected to the scalp.
Right.
And she said that these were kind of common, but they were often malignant. And she's a holistic vet, so she recommended this neoplazine preparation, which is derived from bloodroot. And what she explained to me what would happen, that she would apply it once, and it would dry up the tumor, but leave the healthy tissue intact. And then the tumor would fall off and it would heal. And I looked things up on the internet and saw photographs of that where there was a dog who had a cancerous tumor removed, it grew back, and then they applied the neoplazine. So this is exactly what happened. She told me that she then used it on her leg because she had some malignant lesions, and that her dermatologist got very upset because, if that worked, she couldn't get a whole lot of money.
Money from it, yeah.
Have you ever heard anything about this preparation?
I've heard about it. There was also something called a black salve that did the same thing. But what I found was that the cancer went somewhere else. It would stop. That was the area where the least harmful, where the body felt that it could put a tumor without causing any kind of obstruction of functionality. And if you block it from one area, it's going to go somewhere else. If the body can't get rid of dissolved dead cells, it's got to store them somewhere. And the body knows where to store it.
So what would be your recommendation for like a malignant melanoma?
Like I said earlier, the vinegar, like I've been talking about, the vinegar, having the vinegar, the lime juice, pineapple, all the things that help dissolve cells, dead
But
cells.
you gotta also diet. Sometimes, I'm a dog breeder as a hobby, and they'll do dog food. You'll do dog food.
Terrible.
And it's, I was pre-veterinarian in college, they don't get nutrition just like a physician. So
I feed my dogs raw.
yeah, but raw with bone and everything, yeah.
Well, it's all the vaccines
Yeah.
the dogs are getting that are causing
Yeah, I don't do vaccines at all.
those
I don't do
severe.
vaccines either, but they did get puppy vaccines before I am.
Yeah. And that little bitty puppy is getting doses that are only half the amount that they give a big dog. Shouldn't be any, or at least it should be maybe 5% of what they give a big dog.
I saw a healthy big-old puppy got sick and die after having the vaccine because I was afraid about that. But I didn't get any vaccine. I didn't want to look at my dog, but still.
Those puppy shots are vaccines.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a bad batch and they'll actually make them sick.
Well, sometimes the dogs can't handle it because of the poor diet.
At 8 weeks?
At 8 weeks. Yeah.
This is how I found out about this diet, was my dog got sick.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And fortunately, a nutritional veterinarian told me to put her on raw.
I tell everybody that. I mean, I'm a hobby breeder, and I always tell people that. And so many people just would think about it, but most people still end up buying commercial dog food.
Well, I read about Pottinger, too,
Right, cat.
the cat studies.
Well, I had this, when I was an actor, when I couldn't do anything else, I did some acting because you don't have to think, you just have to memorize some words. And it's very difficult for me to memorize anything except, when I have a conversation, I can remember almost anything, read anything on nutrition. My brain works at high octane. But, just dribble words that you have on a movie or TV, it's like I have to go through huge labors to remember the dialogue because it's also unimportant to me, everything, that goes on in normal life because I haven't had to deal with normal life. So my life's been pretty strenuous, and that's dramatic, so just the words, they just had such difficulty memorizing words. But my the head of publicity at MGM got me into the field. He got me on Medical Center was my first TV show in 1969 December with Chad Everett and James Daly. Pardon?
I loved Chad Everett. I watched all the time when I was a kid. It was
So that was my first TV show. Anyway, he loved dogs. So he always had 5 dogs. Every different breed, from English Mastiff all the way down to a pug. And his English Mastiff was 240 pounds. His head was this big, so. And he fed those dogs the science diet. Those dogs were sick all the time. The English Mastiff was getting kidney stones constantly, going into surgeries, and put this big funnel, plastic funnel in his head so he couldn't chew or, eat himself. So I said, look, Dory, let me put these dogs on a diet. And this pug that I had known since he was 6 months old, he was 14 when I returned from the desert, riding bicycles and everything. And then it was 84 I decided to get back into acting. The pug was 14 years old at that point, cataracts, completely blind, MS, unable to walk, couldn't even stand. Dory would take him out to the yard, have to rub his back in to help him either urinate or defecate. Dog couldn't do anything else, just laid there. And I said, Dory, let me take care of Mr. D for six months. Okay. In 6 months, his cataracts were half of what they were. He was running and jumping up and down off the couch, going out the doggy door on his own. Could hear now. Also, all of his hearing was gone. Could hear again. He was just almost like he was as a puppy. Of course, he had still some of that film over his eyes, but he could see he wasn't walking into things like he was. And that was just 6 months on a pure diet. Pardon?
What did you do for him?
Well, I gave him lots of raw eggs and butter and honey at first, get his digestion going. And also I gave him a little bit of beet juice to help get the hydrochloric acid going. I didn't want to give him corn. That's another option to get it going. And once in a while I gave him just a little piece of either orange or pineapple when he would eat them. And once in a while he would eat that. And that would help. Then after about 2 months, I put him on raw meat with butter and honey and raw eggs by themselves and milk. So, and 4 months after that, I took him back, and Dory's saying, "Oh my God!" So he wouldn't put any other dogs on it, not even his English Mastiff. It just didn't make a frickin' bit of sense. So, the vaccines are the main problem with any animal, especially with dogs and cats.
And
They
children.
get so many.
Don't you think? Children?
Pardon?
Children.
Oh, yes,
I had to
definitely.
write
Now
a
they're
special
giving
letter.
that hepatitis B vaccine the day they're born.
Yeah.
It's almost like the first hour that they're born, they give it to them. They intend to do major harm.
Can you talk about the meningitis vaccine issue?
Any vaccine, you have to look at the properties of them. You've got anywhere from 8 to 63 ingredients in them. Everything in it is toxic. Everything in every one is toxic. Each thing is a toxic substance. Anywhere from the mercury to the squalene. They have all kinds of petroleum contaminant byproducts. They have things that they use in insect, for pesticides. They have everything in a vaccine that can only do harm. The idea that you can have, let's say, a couple thousand molecules of a remnant disease is going to create immunity is absolute hogwash.
But even though, it's hysterical. People get hysterical because whenever a young person tragically dies from meningitis, people get hysterical and then start screaming for everybody to be inoculated. But
it hasn't lowered, it's increased the amount of deaths from meningitis.
right, but so if you look at all the people who died from meningitis, what percentage of that of the how many people, like what is the incidence, the normal incidence of meningitis in a given population?
Well, it depends. If you're in, let's say, New York City, it's in children, you mean, or everybody?
Well, I don't know if you can even talk about children under a certain age because they're not traditionally, historically, were never vaccinated. I don't know what they're doing now. But,
Well, I remember from 15 years ago, the incident of meningitis, cerebral meningitis is where most people die because the brain swells.
That's fast.
If it's bacterial meningitis, there's very little brain swelling and nobody dies unless they have an allergy to the antibiotic that they're given. But almost nobody dies of bacterial meningitis. Bacterial meningitis is normal. You got the bacteria breaking down the substances. But like I said, when you have viral meningitis or viral anything, your body has made, each cell has made solvents to dissolve dead matter and waste products in massive amounts of fluid, which are highly contaminated. Let's say you have bacteria, you eat something, its waste is 5% of what it's eaten. Your body can handle 5% waste easily. Let's say instead of an organism eating your waste, you take muriatic acid, you dilute it in water, and you put it on some grease on the floor. You mop that up and you put it in that water. Now you've got all that contaminated, highly reactive muriatic acid diluted in water. So anything it touches is going to cause damage. That's what happens in viral conditions in the human body. Got no bacteria, no parasites, no fungus eating the tissue and reducing the waste to 5%, 1 to 5%. When you have meningitis, nothing's neutralized, nothing's reduced. It is diluted and spread throughout the body. So the incidence of cerebral meningitis in New York City in children of teenage to younger age, and that was, I think the group was 17 and younger. They didn't use 18 and 19-year-olds. And the incidence of cerebral meningitis was like 1 in every 200,000 people.
That's very low to begin with.
Pardon?
That's very low to begin with.
Very low.
So even of the people...
They want to make more money. A vaccine, look how much money they can make. They can scare the shit out of people. When polio vaccine came out in 1958, the incidence of polio was down to 1 in 500,000.
It was already gone.
It was gone already. Yeah. Now polio is still making lots of money to this day.
I have another question on another topic. Are we okay to go there? Yeah. I have a friend who, my close neighbor, actually the wife of the person who I described who died, who wanted very much to come down here now. She's partly on this diet. She's a very deserving person. She's single-handedly closed nukes in New England. And she's the head of something called Citizens Awareness Network, so she deserves all of our thanks. However, she has a history of head injuries. She's been in car accidents and has had head injuries. And recently, now about 2 weeks ago, she was walking her grandson out to the end of the driveway to the school bus. She slipped on some ice. She hit her head. And she has resisted any of the allopathic routes.
She's going to doing anything about it?
Well, she's resting. She's had acupuncture. She's had some body work.
None of those are going to heal the brain.
So tell me what she should do.
She needs to do enemas with that fat.
Really?
Yep. And she could implant some high meat in there as well. She needs to feed her brain and nervous system. It's obvious her brain and nervous system are not solid. Her connective tissue with the meningitis to the skull is not sound. It's very weak.
Connective tissue with meningitis to the skull? Is that what you're saying?
You've got, I mean, the meningi.
Yes, yes.
Well, you don't have any nerves in the brain. There's neurons.
Right.
So I could do open brain surgery on you and talk to you at the same time.
Don't.
As long as I'm not hitting the speech center. Yeah. And you'd never know I was touching your brain.
Yeah.
So when the brain has a headache, the brain is swollen. And it puts pressure on the meningi. The meningi. And between the skull and the neurons. So that pressure on the meningi is what a headache is. If she's if she's falling, causing a problem, her connective tissue...
She's tilting slightly.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Her meningi, the connective tissue between her skull and meningi are not sound.
Mm-hmm.
And if the fluids are moving too well, then she doesn't have enough minerals and enough fat in her nervous system. So she needs to eat like 3 tablespoons of cheese. 2 tablespoons. How tall is she?
5'7", 5'8".
Okay. She needs to eat 2 tablespoons of cheese with 1.5 teaspoons of honey 3 times daily, about every 8 hours. that'll provide the minerals. Now, she can eat small amounts of cheese all day long too, to make sure that her food minerals are not used for detoxification. Then if she does that suppository with the fats, she will be feeding good fats into her brain.
That's interesting.
Stabilize it, yeah.
Where do you get the needle for the suppository? Where do you get the I don't know what you call it, the syringe?
Well, they're Caro, C-A-R-O.
C-A-R-O?
C-A-R-O Medical Supplies has one. You can go online and look it up. If you still have my product list, it's on page 9.
I don't.
They used to have 4 and 8 ounce bulb syringes. Now they're only selling 8 ounce.
Yeah, that's what you said. So, and what did you say to make sure that you're not shoving air up yourself?
Well, you want to let only as much, till when you squeeze a bulb, it's air deficient. So when you release it, it's going to suck wherever the nozzle is into.
Yeah.
You're going to suck it up. Once you get that bulb, you have no more in the little cup jar. You don't want to release it completely because you're going to fill up with air.
So you withdraw it without letting go the bulb.
So you keep that on,
okay.
And then you insert it in you.
Right. Okay. Good. Thank you. That's very helpful.
And you all know that the douche receptacle that goes into women that women use, it's like a 3-star
yes, I
thing, and it has holes, big holes. That's the thing to use to get it up high. Because that narrow little thing with that little bitty hole trying to squeeze it all through, high up in there is not going to happen. And you don't let that out either. If you do it before you go to sleep, those movements to get moving, go to sleep, so you'll be digesting that all night. Because the brain and nervous system get fed and detox at nighttime as soon as the sun goes down. So you'll be assured that most of that digestion of that fat will not get absorbed and go to other parts of the body and intestines. It'll stay in the colon and go entirely toward the brain and nervous system. Because that's what the colon is for, is to break down the final digestion of nutrients into the finite form to feed the brain and nervous system. The brain and nervous system needs the finite nutrients that are half the nanostructure of other nutrients that go to the rest of the cells in the body. Yes.
I had a couple questions, if I may. I've had, it was called a pilonidal cyst, and I was wondering, I originally had it drained because it would fill up.
Now, was this in your rectum or outside?
No, it's right here. It's outside.
Oh, at the base of the spine.
Yeah, it was filling up with fluid, and it was very painful to sit. The doctor drained it once, filled up again.
Hold on, Denise, could you turn the heat on?
I thought I did. Let me go check on it.
Seems like it's getting colder
It is
every 10 minutes. My knees are starting to get cold.
He drained it, it filled up again, drained it again.
See, the problem is a cyst. Let me wait till Denise returns.
My cousin had the operation for it, which they wanted to do on me, which I didn't. He had it done in Japan. They had never seen a pilonidal cyst before. They remove a huge chunk of your butt, and he couldn't sit without pain for a month and a half. So I'm glad. I mean, I was going to have it anyway, but.
Yeah. Well, cysts are are the cure for the condition. Cysts are there to transform the fluids in the area. That's why they're fluid contained. Now, your normal tumors are tumors holding dead cells. But a cyst is a fluid filter. Depends on the fluid. Usually it's fluid to the kidneys in that when it's there, a cyst is there. If it's in, let's say, on a ovary, it's trying to clean the ovary, wash the fluid system out of the kidney, change over the fluid system, because the fluid system is getting too caustic, acidic, too acidically caustic, or it's starting to actually burn or damage cells, like deteriorate them, cause them to break up, to fractionate, or separate, like you saw the tubules unable to connect with other tissue. So the tissues would not be mending together, so it'd be wounds. So a cyst is a vessel to change the fluids. I feel it already.
Good, good. I turned it on here, but this is actually the air conditioner. But don't worry, because it's on heat, so it's just nothing happens.
Yeah.
I apologize. I was freezing too.
Okay, thank you. So, I opened the doors when I came in because the formaldehyde was strong
You could smell
in
that?
this area. As soon as I came in, and I came in to see the fellow
Really?
this morning. He was here this
Were you
morning.
able to help him?
Yes, I fed him some good stuff. Food for the soul. And I could smell it coming out of his skin, you know,
Yeah.
so, out of his body. So I had to back up, you know, from him.
We actually like to do a few of those.
Yeah, I know, but he was dead 4 days and autopsy.
Oh, you got the whole...
Yeah, I know what happened to him.
Did you ask?
Suicide, yeah.
Sad, you know.
Yeah. It was medical drugs. You know.
Good way to kill people. I mean, a lot of people don't choose to die from it.
Yeah, 33 years old. Amazing. Anyway, so I opened the door for a half an hour to get that all out, and it never warmed up again.
You mean you opened the door of the prep room?
I opened the door right there, the front door.
You should have
And,
opened the back door.
pardon?
You should have opened the back door, or that wouldn't have helped.
No,
Oh.
it needed to be close to this room to get it out. And cold, see, gases don't rise in cold.
Right, because the air...
They'll solidify like rain, and they'll hit the floor and go into the floor. So now you've got lots of formaldehyde in your carpet, but this carpet's full of formaldehyde anyway. Usually takes 15 years to outgas.
I just, would love to get rid of the carpet.
Yeah.
I don't like carpet.
Yeah.
But so next time, if we do this again here, remind me, and I'll make sure it's ventilated the night before.
Okay, good.
I don't come here that often. I like to work at home because of that.
Right.
You know.
Well, if somebody's embalmed, Robert said he doesn't embalm much anymore, only
No,
10%.
we do a lot of natural burial and cremation.
Yeah. So that's much better for all of you. But anyway, I let the cold in there to solidify that, so none of us would be affected by the formaldehyde. But it never warmed up.
Hopefully it will now.
Yeah, I thought the heat from her upstairs would be enough to heat this place, but it isn't.
Oh, not this place. It just goes up and out.
Yeah, there's not much good insulation.
No, it's built in the 1800s.
So, cyst transforms the fluid in that particular area. Like I said, if it's a cyst on an ovary, the ovary is being flushed. Taking the fluids out of it, filtering it out, building it into the walls of the cyst, and then putting the fluids back into the system. Could be in the whole cervical area too, all in the womb, cleaning all those tissues, because that's maybe where vaccines had gone and planted themselves. Or let's say somebody was eating a lot of aspartame, and it went into a particular area and saturate all the tissues. Then a cyst had to develop to be able to flush that out and change the fluids, or else that whole the site could just disintegrate. Well, the organ or gland could disintegrate. Very rare to have a cyst on a gland, except for ovaries and testes.
How do you treat those? The ovaries, testes?
Well, it's like anything. You have to change the fluids in the body. I suggest not much meat when you're doing that, because it takes 19 to 24 hours to completely digest meat. Unless you pate it, then you can do it in 10 to 19 hours. So I suggest people eating a lot of sport formula to help change over the fluids. Eat the lime juice mixture with all the other ingredients. That'll help change over those fluids faster. And eat lots of cheese. Almost everything that you do for every other disease, because it's all industrial poisons. So getting well is very simple. How you treat the tissue that's involved then becomes particular to your particular situation. You may put butter on something that soothes you wonderfully and drives somebody else up the wall. Like a lot of people who have hives, they can't put butter or coconut cream or anything on those hives because it causes more burning and more heat in the area. Especially people who've taken a lot of sulfa drugs or allergy medications, which are inhalers are based on sulfur, to dry out the system. So, but when it comes out the skin, it causes burning. The few people in this world who've had spontaneous combustion, gone up in flames, standing there just gone up in flames, have been women who were on sulfa antibiotics for kidney and bladder infections most of their lives. 60 Minutes did an episode, and I think it was 1971, on 3 women that spontaneously combust. And the one that was worst was in her trailer. She and her husband were having cereal for breakfast, and she was just serving the cereal. She just prepared it and put it down. No cooking. This is just mixing sugar and milk and cereal, boxed cereal. And she was putting it down, and she just spontaneously combust. Burnt 3/4 of her body. And because they were so stunned, they didn't know what to do about it. She was burning away, with the clothes and everything. And finally, he got wet blankets and put them around her, stopped the burning. But she had 3/4 of her body was burned. And another woman was on there, 2/3 of her body burned. I don't remember who she was. And then another woman had about 1/3 of her body burned. And I thought it was very curious. I was already into, diet and chemistry, studying it pretty heavily. And I knew that certain bodily chemicals, if they mix with sulfur and come through the skin, will cause burns. And matches are made with sulfur. That's what allows them to burn, keep a flame. So I thought it must have something to do with sulfur. So I called, I forgot, was it ABC, handled 60 Minutes? I think it was ABC. So I called that network. I went to Dory Freeman at MGM. I said, listen, I need you to hold of this producer. I want to talk to him about the show and ask if I can get the number of these women. So I went through a lot to get it. Probably took me a week to get to their numbers. And I talked to these women. The woman who had 3/4 of her body burned had taken sulfur drugs for kidney and bladder infections for 32 years. The woman who had 2/3 of her body burned had taken sulfur drugs for 22 years. And the woman who had 1/3 of her body burned had taken the sulfur drugs for bladder and kidney infections for 12 years. It was weird, 32, 22, 12. It was a weird coincidence. I don't think it means much, but they had been on that long. You know, that much of their sulfur had stored, and then their body just reacted with the sulfur to get rid of it, because who knows what it was doing internally to them. Finally had to throw it off. Then when the chemistry hit the skin, oxygen spontaneously burn, combust. Now I've had that happen. I had some sulfur drugs several times when I was a child, and I had spontaneous burning and eruptions, but no flame along with it. Just 3rd-degree burns all of a sudden appeared on my skin. And on one of my newsletters last year, one of my patients had a burn on her lower back here at the kidney. And I show you pictures of it, and that was spontaneous burning, and she had had sulfur drugs a lot for bladder infections as a child. And, you know, I show you what I did for her, I tell you what I did for her, how it healed. So if you guys aren't reading the newsletters, you better get on your butt, off of your butts and do it, because I've got 3 books worth of material already in there. So I didn't bring those here today to show because I've already got them, you know, in the newsletters. So you should read those. A lot of good new information. Yes.
So you were saying with the cyst, you would, maybe I'm misunderstanding, you would minimize the meat?
You minimize meat because you're not going to digest it. You need to, when
Any
you've got
cyst in
that
the body?
kind of a fluid changeover, you don't need a complicated system. Anytime you have a severe illness or severe symptoms of detoxification, you need to minimize the work that the body does. If you're going to eat meat, eat it patéed. If you're going to, you know, if you've got a fluid system like a cyst, better not to eat meat. Better to stick with eggs and milkshakes and the sport formula and the and berry mixtures with, you know, with let's say you had a half a cup of blueberries and a half a cup of raspberries and 2 tablespoons of lime juice, a teaspoon of lemon juice, about a half a teaspoon of vinegar, and an egg, and blend all that together. That's something that would help change over any kind of system, including fluids. So those are the type of things that you would eat to change over quickly the fluid system. And of course you'd have your vegetable juices, maybe 2 daily. Help that. I only eat patéed meats now. When I eat ground beef or whole meats, I sleep an hour to an hour and a half more. I have too much to do. So I eat patéed meats, I sleep 3.5 hours a day maximum. Sometimes 2.5. And I can go all day long.
Can you
Stay very alert.
define patéed meats?
What I do is I'll take, when I get Amos's roasts, like 3 pound, 2.5, 3 pound roasts. I take them, now always take the meat, anything that's been in plastic. I take my butcher knife, my large Cutco butcher knife, no serrated knife, and I scrape all surfaces to get all the plastic that's in the juices, the fluids in the blood, off all the touch areas that have touched the plastic. And I don't use any of the blood in the wrapper, in the plastic bag. Then I cut everything in very thin strips. And then I flip it over and I do it in strips again this way. And then I cut crosswise. So I've got like a little larger than sugar cube size amount of cubes. 1 inch would be fine. 1 inch cubes would be fine. I put it in my food processor, only just up to the top blade. Then I turn the thing on, and I will grind that for about, and I'll rotate like you see me do in the recipe DVD. I rotate it a little bit, or move it back and forth, or hold it to just one side. And the meat goes around for about 40 seconds. So that meat is minced.
And that's it?
Yeah.
Do you, then you don't put anything else in there? You
No,
don't put
not
anything-
when I'm grinding it. And I'll do it for the whole week. And then I'll put it in 2-cup jars, wide mouth jars. I do it for a whole week, one time. So I've got these jars and they're one a day.
And you wouldn't throw garlic or onion or anything else in there to flavor it?
If I do, I have gas.
Hmm.
Probably because of the surgery. I don't know if other people would. You can try.
Good.
I've tried it a couple times and I have gas, so I can't do it.
Now, how does that differ from ground beef? It sounds like
Ground beef is put through a sieve with holes, so, about probably 20 millimeters, very small. Centimeters. Very small holes. And it's still a plate like this, and it's got holes in it. And the meat goes through a grinder, what do they call that? A rotor-like grinder.
It's a meat grinder.
Pardon?
A meat grinder.
Yeah, but it's, what do they call that blade? It's a rotor something. Anyway, it goes in and presses and crushes the meat and then pushes it through those holes. That reduces, it doesn't get rid of the gristle, everything will still be somewhat, some of the sinew will be all together. And it's still crude. When you put it in a food processor like that, it fragments everything unless you've got huge slabs of gristle. I still swallow those, but it's impossible to chew them or grind them. But everything else it reduces to a, like liver, like chopped liver. Very, very fine texture. And then, of course, I keep my mouth to get enough saliva in it to dilute that, get it digested quicker. So when I swallow it, it's all very liquid. Takes me a while to eat, but I eat and do work at the same time. I don't sit down to a meal and just enjoy a meal. I've got too much to do. Yes.
Would you put anything topically on a cyst, or you just leave that alone?
It helps. It will help very little. But you could put vinegar on it. When you feel it going down, that's more the time to do it. Because you don't want to start breaking that cyst wall down until the body's finished changing over the fluids.
Internally, you're saying?
No, you said on the surface.
No, that's what I meant. When the body has handled it,
then you put vinegar.
Yeah.
You rub pineapple on it, papaya, any of those things that help break down, even whey. It will help break down that just dead tissue, or help you break it down and separate it so the cells can go back to something else. Like when I had the second motorcycle accident, again, took all the skin off, but I broke this leg, the tibia from the knee all the way down to the ankle, and where the femur joint fit onto the tibia, it broke off and splintered this whole area here. So I had all these bone fragments in that joint. It was pretty painful and pretty rough. I forgot where I was going with that. You asked about the cyst dissolving in the cell. What I did was, I didn't put a cast on it, but my body made its own cast. And it did it. It took all the muscle from my thighs and my ass. So my skin hung on my butt for about 8 weeks. And a cast, my own body built this protein mineral cast from here to here. You could hit it and sound just like a real cast, but it's all under the skin. And my body had made its own cast. After 5.5 weeks, when I was walking on the foot, it started dissolving. My muscles replaced in my legs and my butt. Not as big as they were before. I used to have a good round, big butt, huge thighs. They never got as big, but 2 or 3/4 of them went back. All of that cast, all that in those nutrients went back into my thighs and butt. So the body can take cells from different parts and make them into something else and then revert them back. If the body is really healthy, it can do amazing things.
You said the Cutco knife. Is that spelled with a K?
C-U-T-O. Excuse me, C-U-T-C-O. They're made in Canada. They were bought by Reynolds Aluminum a long time ago. And they are made with surgical steel. All of the blades are surgical steel. They will never, ever break down. They keep sharper longer. The handles are made with ebonite, same thing that they make bowling balls with. And the only thing I don't like is they use nickel for the rivets in there. And that, the tin in them does discolor and comes off, leaches a little bit. But they're very, very good knives.
And you can get it online, probably?
Mm-hmm. And you said you put the pâté meat in 2-ounce jars?
2 cups.
2 cup.
2 cups.
2 cup wide mouth 2 cup jars.
2 cup jars, which is enough. You eat the whole. You eat twice, 2 of those a day, or one?
Half of one.
Yeah.
At a time.
Okay.
Now, when I pâté the meat, I eat less meat because I digest all of it. I don't eat as much. Before, I used to eat anywhere from 1.25 pounds to 1.5 pounds a day. Now I'm eating slightly under 1 pound. You get the same nutrient from it, value from it, by pâtéing.
Pâtéing it is sort of starts the digestive process. Is that right?
Well, yes. See, when you eat whole proteins like that, beets, goes into your stomach. Well, you chew it first and get all those bacteria from your saliva into that. Then it goes into the stomach and your body builds the hydrochloric acid to dissolve the big clogs of meat, because 90% of digestion is bacterial. The bacteria can't get into the inner parts of the meat. It has to keep breaking it down a little at a time. So by the time it gets into the colon, 24 hours later, it's passing out of the body, not all digested. You're losing probably 1/3 of it. When you pâté it, your body doesn't have to make all that hydrochloric acid in the stomach and throughout the intestinal tract. Your body just uses the bacteria and your natural fluids to dilute it and spread it if you haven't done it enough in the mouth. So it cuts out that whole process of your body taking nutrients and making hydrochloric acid and then waiting for the body to break that down, because hydrochloric acid and the acidic bacteria that eats those foods, there has to be a lapse in time. They don't work quite together. They can work in proximity to each other, but there has to be a little time after the hydrochloric acid has done its dissolution, before the bacteria can get in there and work. So that's why I say meat takes 19 to 24 hours to digest, and if you're not eating patéed meat, a third of it, 1/3 to 1/4 is going to pass out undigested. Just a waste.
Do you pate white meat as well, like chicken?
Everything. Well, if I have very soft fish.
But you would chicken.
Chicken, absolutely. I get organic chicken from Amos. That's really tough stuff. It's sometimes it's tougher than the red meat.
If you've marinated it in lemon juice,
I don't like chicken marinated. I don't like many things marinated in lemon juice. Once in a while, it's wonderful, but I can't have it often.
I have it all the time. I gather you have it frequently too.
Other people can, but
should
I
it be
can't.
marinated then? Should it be patéed, or is patéed preferable to the marinating?
Absolute. Patéed is still preferable. Because the marination, even though it starts fermentation and bacterial activity, it still has to be broken apart and separated with acids. The bacteria just can't eat through and get to the center.
You could presumably add some kind of flavoring to the pâté, if you like a chicken pâté.
Anytime you want. It's
Yeah.
just I can't do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody else I know can do it. I don't like the gas.
Right. Interesting.
And it could be that surgery and all the radiation, that caused that problem with my system.
if you do marinate, can you pâté the marinated chicken?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, there's a difference between lemon juice and lime juice is that lime juice is antiseptic and it coats toxins. Lemon juice is good for marinating because it incites bacterial, it incites fermentation. Lime juice inhibits fermentation, except of its own juices.
Oh.
It will ferment itself like you take a lime and it will ferment, but not like lemon will. It'll mainly turn into a fungus and a hard substance.
So there's no point mixing the two, for instance?
Yeah, like I tell you, every time we're talking about having a lot of lime juice, you want a lemon in there to counteract. You need some fermentation because if you put antiseptic lime juice in everything, you're going to destroy your probiotic, environment.
Right.
So you need a little lemon with the lime always.
And is it all right to put a little lime with the lemon when you're marinating the chicken?
Well, if you want to digest your meats, it's best not to use lime.
Okay. That's very
Lemon
good.
is fine. Lime is not.
Okay. Good.
In Asia, where they use a lot of lime to marinate, their teeth are very bad very young, and they age very quickly.
Uh-huh.
Two reasons for that. All that lime juice that they marinate with, and they only eat a small amount of protein. 10% of their diet is only 10% of their diet is protein. So.
When I marinate chicken with lemon, I also usually put in raw turmeric, raw garlic, all that stuff.
If you don't have gas, you're lucky. Enjoy it.
Well, what's interesting is that I just went through a 2-month intestinal crisis, as you know. Before that, since the day I went on your diet, I used to have flatulence up to 10 years ago. The day I went on the diet, it stopped. I have a lot of garlic. I have a lot of stuff. Never had any gas. Now that crisis has passed, the intestinal crisis, everything is gone except that I have gas. So that means that I may have developed a sensitivity to garlic and all that stuff that I'm eating? Is that possible?
No, it means you're still dumping poisons into your food.
I'm dumping poisons into my food from my body.
It's causing gas.
I see.
Gas reaction.
Huh.
So it should pass.
Good. So to speak.
Right. The pun. And it may take 6-7 more months.
Okay.
So during this time, I would say keep those condiments lower.
Yes.
To get the meat to room temperature, Do you suggest usually just leaving it out for 6-7 hours, or putting it
I
in
like to. I don't like fresh meat anymore, the smell of fresh meat. I like, meat strong. That's why I prepare all my meat for the whole week, sometimes 2 weeks at a time. So my meat will start breaking down with its own bacteria and digest quicker. So I've got it patéed and it's pre-digested. So, I like to give my body the easiest chores to do. And digestion is a major chore of the human body when you're having to digest meat.
If you didn't have time to leave it out 7-8 hours, and
sometimes if I have that problem, I just take the meat and put it in a bowl like this big of hot water.
Right. Okay.
And I'll make that uncomfortable for the feet, almost burn the fingers, because I'm taking it right out of a refrigerator.
Right.
By the time that 170-degree water gets to that glass, it's only heating that meat up to about 105 degrees.
How long do you leave that in there? In the
Well,
meat in it?
let me tell you, you've got a whole 2-cup jar cold. In 7 minutes, you got to heat the water again.
Yeah.
But not that hot, maybe 140 after that. So you're going to have to heat that water often to get it. If you got it in 1-cup jars, may have to do just one time, maybe 20 minutes. Change the water 10 minutes, and then so it's in 10 minutes twice in hot water. Sometimes in the summer, I just take my jar and put it out in the car. And it gets very warm and then hot in the car without cooking it. I put it on the floor. I don't put it on the seat where the sun can hit it directly. But it gets pretty warm in a car in California.
And before that, you mentioned 6 or 7 hours. Is that right?
Well, I don't know what the rule is.
I'll leave mine out overnight, 12 hours, for the morning, and take mine out in the well. If I take the 2-cup jar out, it's out 24 hours by the time evening comes around.
Would you say something about varying the contents of the green juice? Because, for instance, you had never mentioned cilantro, but I had sort of gravitated to it myself.
In the recipe book?
Yeah.
I talk about it in there.
You do? Well,
Yeah.
Perhaps I didn't
In
see
the
it then.
juice.
But and occasionally I put a lemon in because I saw that you said that was good for the lymphatic system. Any guidelines about... I mean, I always do the celery, the cucumber, the parsley, and all of that, but I do... And cilantro and some spinach leaves. But I also sometimes... I put in garlic, I put in... I put
a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I put in ginger root.
Uh-huh.
I put in some raw turmeric if I can find it. Is that cool?
And you went without gas for a long time? My God.
9 years.
10 years?
9 years.
9 years?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I put 3 ingredients in and I've got gas.
So,
Lots of it. 2 ingredients, a little. 1 ingredient, I can put 1 ingredient,
right.
which is usually butter. Now, I made a sauce. You saw me eating that meat today. That was a butter, cheese, sour cream, and dill sauce, and tomato. So there was a lot of dill in it. I love dill. So that was the sauce. Now, I made a quart of that sauce, and there is an egg in it. Even though I refrigerated, I put an egg in it. And I made that sauce the day I returned from Asia. And I'm down to that much left of the quart. Yeah. So I'm only eating it not every day and frequently some. So I haven't gotten any gas with that one.
Good.
I'm happy about that. But if I ate it every day, I'd probably have gas.
But aside from the gas problem, which one, if one has it, and it's okay to put all those ingredients in.
I don't see a problem. Well, if you put too many alkalizing ingredients, you're not going to digest all of the meat.
No, I'm talking about the green juice at this point.
Oh, the green juice.
Yeah.
Are you putting some cream in it?
No.
With all that ingredient?
No. Should I?
Yes, definitely. If you're putting those ingredients in a vegetable juice, you should have some cream.
Or have some butter with it. Would that do the same thing?
Butter.
Cream is not
Be
always
close.
so obtainable.
Well, it depends. If you want to feed your muscles and glands butter, if you want your nervous system and everything, then cream.
Okay.
Remember, your liver's going to convert about 1/3 of that cream into nutrients to heal the blood and nervous system. The other 2/3 will go, into feeding the rest of the body. If you only use butter, the brain nervous system is not going to get many nutrients from that juice.
And if in a gallon of juice, how much cream?
Well, I always say about a tablespoon per 12 ounces. Teaspoon per cup, 8 ounces. So in a gallon, you have 8 cups to a gallon. I mean, 8 cups to a gallon.
So a cup of cream?
No, it shall be more than that. 8 cups. So a pint is 2 cups. A quart is 4 cups. So you've got 4 quarts to a gallon. So you're looking at 16 cups to a gallon. So you could multiply 1 teaspoon per 16. So you've got 16 teaspoons. Okay, you've got 3 teaspoons to a tablespoon.
Okay.
So 3 into 16 goes by 5 plus.
Right.
So
5 or 6 tablespoons.
5 plus tablespoons of cream.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
My mindset is so stuck on vitamin supplements.
Did you see the one we talked about here? Okay, you saw that.
But I'm so programmed for,
Why would you
for a
take a
lifetime.
chemical and think that it works?
What's that?
If I offered you a prosthetic arm to a real one, what would be your choice? Because a prosthetic vitamin will create a prosthetic part of your body, as you saw in that guy's face. It's not alive.
Oh, I didn't see the face. I came in.
Oh, you came in late. Well, let me show you what happened. So, and I talked about it during that.
So you're getting your vitamins.
Okay, just remember, any manufactured vitamin is not a true vitamin. Any, standard process. They say it's all they grow their food and they extract it from their food. But what do they have? What does the laboratory have to do that? Now, I gave a lecture in Chicago, and 2 of their leading salespeople were in the audience. And they said, well, what about standard process? I said, all laboratories do this. It's the only way to be done. If it's if they're making a natural vitamin from food, they soak it in hexane, which is gasoline. If it's a natural vitamin that they're going to extract from a food, they soak it in kerosene. Kerosene's natural. It's not a man-made product. However, would you drink kerosene? Would you soak your food in kerosene for 72 hours until it's a soup and then drink it? That's where all of them that's where they're all made. That's a tumor, facial tumor. And when I had it analyzed, it cost almost $9,000 to have that analyzed. The way to look for everything. I wanted every element that was in it. I was looking for, whatever it was in it that was the cause of it. I was looking for mercury from dental amalgams. I was looking for everything to cause that, and dental anesthetics, Novocaine or Xylocaine. Because a lot of cancer of the face are created. But when you have cancer of the face, you're usually deteriorating the face. You don't have a tumorous-like face like that when you have a tumor of the face. It's usually a disintegrating cancer. Here he's got a bulbous cancer that got this big. Started choking off his ability to eat and swallow. So, when it was cut out and analyzed, it was full of all of his vitamin supplement. Mainly minerals with kerosene. Now when even Standard Process does it, they extract the substance out of this kerosene-made soup. They rinse it and flush it for 2 minutes. That doesn't get the kerosene out. It's like trying to get the lemon out of your meat. I mean, you can drain that and wring it. That lemon has gotten into every cell of whatever you're marinating. Kerosene gets into everything. So, that's a supplement tumor.
Okay, so where are you getting your vitamins and minerals? Through the milk?
Or your food. Your mineral supplement, your mineral supplement is mainly from cheese, eating cheese and honey together.
Okay.
Like, 1/3 to 1/6 the amount of honey to cheese. Normally I say if you're having 2 tablespoons of cheese, have 1.5 teaspoons of honey with that cheese. That's your mineral supplement. You can't digest raw no salt cheese. It won't digest. You don't want it to digest. You want it to absorb like a sponge the poisons and pass out of the body undigested. If it's raw and salted, you will digest it because salt is an explosive. And it like cooks the meat or any food, the cheese, anything it's doing. So every poison that's absorbed into the cheese, you will digest. If it's pasteurized, salted, or unsalted, all of the molecules have been fractionated already. Any poison that gets into the cheese will be redigested, recycled in your body. So, cheese is a good way to remineralize the body. Your added vitamins come from your vegetable juice. You'll get some minerals in that too, but not the concentration. Like 1 tablespoon of cheese is almost like a quart of milk in mineral concentration. That's pretty spectacular. And when you digest it with honey or a little bit of fruit, like pineapple with cheese, you'll digest it too. Papaya with cheese, you will digest it. Honey is the best for cheese if you want to get all the minerals for reconstituting the body. If you eat fruit with your cheese, you're going to get some hormones and energy from it. It's not all going to go to remineralize your body. Everybody get that? Okay. So your vegetable juice is your vitamin supplement. Your eggs have every nutrient on the planet. They're the only food in the world that has every nutrient.
All the vitamins.
Even the ones that aren't even counted in everything else in the world. And the egg is the only one. That's why eggs are so healing when they're not grown with soy and other garbage food. Chickens aren't fed other garbage food. Like I've taken people like the woman with emphysema. 7 years with emphysema near your area in Massachusetts. 7 years diagnosed, 2 years on machines, bedridden, going to die that weekend. Her MD called me on a Thursday night. Must have been 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning her time. It was like 9:30 my time. And she said, I got an emphysemic patient, was diagnosed 7 years ago, been mainly bedridden for 2 years and on machines. She's going to die this weekend. What can I do? I said, well, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? And she said, well, in the medical establishment, you cannot give alternatives to your patients. MD cannot give alternatives without breaking the law unless they've tried for 10 years and failed. Can you suggest an alternative, or they're on their deathbed? She said, if she wasn't on her deathbed, I'd have to wait 3 more years to call you. I said, well, that's your conscience. I said, but the only thing I can suggest is you get 10, 15 dozen eggs, you put it on her bedside table, and tell her to eat as many as she can. No limit, as many as she can. So on Monday morning, that was Thursday night, Friday morning for the doctor. So I didn't know when she got her the eggs. But the woman called me on Monday morning, raspy voice, said, I did it. I did what she said. I did it. I'm out of the bed, off the machines. What should I do now? And I said, who are you? What are you talking about? She said, well, my doctor called you, and she told you that I had emphysema. I was supposed to die this weekend, and you said to eat as many raw eggs as possible. And she says, I'm out of bed, I'm off the machines, and I'm ready to go. What should I do? And I said, you keep eating the eggs, as many as possible for at least 6 months. Then incorporate meat and raw dairy into your diet. And I said, but how many eggs did you eat? She said, I ate 33 on Saturday and 33 on Sunday. How do you go from death to where you can't breathe, you can't think, you're bedridden, and you're living by the pure help of machines, to somebody's out of bed and talking to me on the phone with high energy? Eggs are miraculous substances. They don't increase cellular division like meats do, but they help rebuild every cell that's already alive and those that are normally being reborn. Raw meats will increase the speed of cellular division to become alive, more alive in your body. The eggs will revitalize those cells that are already alive in the whole body. So, everything you need is in this diet. Supplementation is your vegetable juice with vitamins and enzymes. And, your fruits full of vitamins and enzymes. If we were healthy, we shouldn't be eating fruit. But we need fruit to help us get well. And there are lots of vitamins in fruits.
What are some of the examples of fruits?
Well, take for example pineapple. It helps digestion, very high in vitamin C, pretty good in vitamin A, and what else is pineapple good for? With the exchange of oxygen on the skin, it can dissolve cells without causing them to break down unless you're applying too much too often. So it does not, often the pineapple will not dry the skin. If you put lemon juice on your skin, the skin will dry. If you put lime juice on your skin, it won't dry. But pineapple on your skin won't dry unless you're applying it too often. Lemon juice, one application will dry out your skin because it causes fermentation, breakdown of fats and nutrients. So lemon will cause that problem. However, lemons are very high in vitamin C, and they do help probiotic activity. They help fermentation, bacterial growth. That's why it's a good marinator. Lime juice is not a good marinator. Carrot juice, full of carotene. The amount of vitamin A that your body will make from 1 ounce of carotene, 1 ounce of carrot juice would fit in a whole bottle of manufactured vitamin A. And manufactured vitamin A isn't really vitamin A. They're taking an oil, subjecting it to a certain chemical and calling it vitamin A. Just like vitamin E, 99% of all vitamin E is Kodak developing film. Developing film. Kodak and Fuji used to spend somewhere around $100 million a year in research to find a way to process their development waste, because they had to put it in huge stainless steel, very expensive barrels, 55 to 100 gallon barrels, and then entomb it in 12-foot thick tombs in the ground. Hundreds of millions of dollars a year, billions of dollars a year to bury that chemical. So they were spending anywhere from $50 to $100 million a year on research to find some way to reconstitute it into some chemical that wasn't so toxic that it had to be entombed that way. So along came the science and was breaking it down into its molecular structure and said, it looks 70% like alpha tocopherol. It's vitamin E. 70% like it. So he went to the executives and said, listen, we can sell this as vitamin E. Everybody can take it internally. We won't have to bury it. We'll make lots of money. And that's what's going on today. You notice that Fuji and Kodak aren't screaming and crying about not developing film anymore. They have enough to sell for 50 years and make $2 billion a year just on selling that fluid as vitamin E. Even the natural vitamin E, where they're taking 5 units per 100, let's say from soy or corn, that is dissolved with kerosene. The other 95 units is Kodak developing material. So that's your field of supplementation. Now I have supplement file here. Where is it? Okay. This is vitamin C from food, unadulterated, ferment, broken down, extracted. It takes a week to do this. Vitamin companies have to do it in 2 to 3 days. Too expensive to soak it in kerosene. Soak it in water and ferment, like vinegar or some agent, lime juice that'll break it down naturally, ferment it, separate it naturally. So they don't do that this way. This, when they take this good stuff and make it into a substance, it crystallizes and makes it into rock. What do you think you're going to do with that? You're going to lacerate your blood cells. You're going to lacerate everywhere it goes, because it's glass and stone. That's vitamin C. That's natural vitamin C. And you can't even get natural vitamin C that made that way, because what you'll get is this melted down with kerosene, then made into this. Vitamin B1, natural vitamin B1, Again, we have all the B vitamin, very cushy and soft and fermentation process, very long process. And here it is made into a supplement. There's no properties, nothing like what it was here.
The one on the left was from juices.
Yes. And this is that made into that. But, however, like I said, the process is kerosene separated and melted, then made into this. All supplements are highly toxic. That's why they give people a high. Got the kerosene in there, the body panics, all the industrial solvents that are in it, as well as the pressing and making it into a pill or a powder. There's a process in doing that. There's dryers that are add polymers, all kinds of things added to them to make them into a supplement. All of that is in your body, and the body's saying, disaster. Adrenaline pumps, and everybody gets high and think they're getting high on the vitamins. It's a healthy high, not a healthy high. Ask Maynard. He's in his grave.
The guy that...
Yeah. He had one cut out. I talked the surgeon into not removing all of the lymph glands. I talked him into just scraping it off, all the muscles and everything. Because they wanted to take the bone and everything out. I said, no, just take the tumor. Scrape the tumor away. Took me 3 weeks to talk him into it, but he did it. But Maynard had taken the supplements for almost 60 years. So grew again, because his body needed to dump that stuff somewhere. And that was he was a very skinny, weak fellow before he went on the diet. Then he got healthier, but he also had to deal with this detoxification of all of those chemicals. So supplements are not food, they're chemicals. What's going to happen? They collect and they collect and they collect. But the information I've given today is a way to help break that stuff down and get it out of the body safely without that. If I had, he died about 5.5 years ago. If I were helping him today, I think I'd know how to do it. No, I don't know that for sure, but I think I could help him better today than I did then. I think I could have helped with what I know today. I think I could have helped his body dissolve those cells, dead cells, as they were going to this area instead of storing them into the area. Okay, any other questions? So what do you feel about supplements now?
I'm heavily programmed.
That's what they want. There's a lot of money in it. And they're not getting anybody well, so you have to keep taking them.
Aajonus, I had a quick question. You said before...
Yeah, I'm not sure you're going to get a quick answer.
Oh, okay. In terms of the meats that you pate that you get from Amos, which ones did you recommend?
Well, it depends upon what you like.
Okay.
You know, the cheap cuts are really gamey. You know, he doesn't give them any grain, so his meats are very gamey, not delicious at all. In fact, they repulse me, but I know that they're good, and I'm assured that they're good meats. I would much rather him finish them or give them a little corn, some corn on the cob every day. I'm going to talk to him about it tomorrow. Because his meats are detestable but healthy.
Is it a problem to mix whey with milk? I mean, does it make it too... Because whey is very acidic.
Well, I've done that several times. We will demineralize you if you're eating lots of cheese. If you're eating lots of cheese, it won't demineralize you. And if you work out and exercise, that's a good way to have it.
Okay.
Best in the sport formula, but sport formula can be made with whey and milk together.
Yes.
So.
That's true.
And I made them that way. When I'm at, like right before I go to my farms, I have a couple of days of that. So when I get there and I start exercising for the first time after returning here and doing nothing, this is my exercise and carry groceries once a week. My box of groceries, and that's about it, my exercise. When I get there, I'm climbing mountains, I'm, herding horses, my cattle, and riding my horse, and, I shovel, I hoe, I do all kinds of things. I work. I love it. I hate exercise when it's just exercise. But I love work. I love swimming. I swim every day there in my lake. So I do lots of activity there. That's why I go from a 37 waist here to a 30 waist by the time I get back here. And I have 3 wardrobes at each of those places. As I go down, I have to wear different sizes. Yes?
My son is drinking those whey protein powder drinks because he wants to beef up. He's working out and stuff. And what can I tell him about that? the same with the supplements.
Well, think about it. If you take whey and you dry it out, let's say you have a gallon of whey and you let it dry into a powder. Mainly you've got acidic minerals in there. Most of the calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and potassium, almost all the minerals are in the cheese. They're in the curds, not in the whey. So mainly you've got lactic acid in the whey. So when you powder, you're getting powdered lactic acid. So what does that do to the body? Where does lactic acid usually result? In the muscles. So what you have is lactic acid from metabolism, exercise, and the powdered added to that. So what's going to happen? You're going to start drawing a lot of minerals to it, and you're going to develop bigger muscles. But your muscles will be like mineral deposits rather than good, strong muscle. Let me give you an example. I don't exercise. But I decided to, I saw those wood, hand grips to go like this. And, my hands, they're okay this way, but they don't have a lot of strength because I don't do anything. When I'm shoveling in that, I can feel it. So I thought I would, get those exercise grips and work with them. So the first day, I got 10 with each hand. I could do 15 with this hand only 10. This was cut all the way across, so I have no tendon here. I can bend this, I can move the thumb, but I can't bend it. And it's half the size of the other one. That happened when I was 8 years old. And my brother went like that and ripped the whole thing open, and the tendon disconnected. And they couldn't get the tendon reconnected. So that's a weak hand. So I was trying to do 12, and the hand was going like this and gripping, and all the muscles were contorting. This is just something I wasn't using. So I did it that day, maybe 10 to 12 with each, and I forced myself to do that. So I probably did 40 to 50 grips that day. Didn't touch it for another 10 days. Then the next time I picked them up, I did 20, 25. I went up to 40 with both hands. No twisting and no problem. So I put them down for 30 minutes, picked them up again, and did 40 again. The last 2 were difficult with this hand. Put it away for an hour, picked up again, and did 40 with this hand and 32 with this hand. And then I did a 4th set. I got 40 again with this hand, with some struggle, but it wasn't contorting, and did 40 with this hand. That was just two separate incidences. If I did the powder lactic acid, I would be even worse with it. I'd be stiff. The whole thing would cause stiffness in my muscles, and they would not relax. They would so-called, what they say, calcify. But it isn't just calcium, it's phosphorus, magnesium, potassium, all the minerals.
Thanks.
Powdered colostrum, would you feel as badly about that?
Yes, even worse.
For the same reasons.
No, even worse reasons, because if they powdered the fat in it, the butter in it, it's really contaminated.
Mm-hmm.
Because in order for it to dry, for butter to dry, what do you have to do to butter, get butter to dry?
I don't know.
You have to treat it with kerosene, something drier to dry it. Butter won't dry. Unless you leave it out maybe 2 or 3 years. Exposed to oxygen. So if they dry it in a matter of days, there's a chemical process, not just air, heat blown.
So that company, there's a company that called One World Whey. They claim it's raw whey, but I guess it's still not. It's the same process versus the store-bought whey proteins that they sell.
Well, you
Pretty
mean
much.
the liquid one?
No, I mean if you go to like GNC or something, they sell whey protein, but they don't claim it's raw.
Mm-hmm.
There's one company called One World Whey that say they dehydrate it at a very low temperature, so it still is raw.
You know what their low temperature is? 137 degrees. Put you in 137 degree temperature for 3, 4, 5 days, 10 days. You going to be alive?
No.
Can't take milk over 105 degrees, but once you dehydrate it, there's no bioactivity anymore.
Yeah.
There's no active enzymes, there's no active anything. That's why you can't digest raw cheeses, no salt cheeses. It won't digest. If you put honey with it or fruit with it, you're adding the enzymes there to digest the cheese. So any food that's dehydrated is not a good food. Like the Eskimos, they made pemmican every year. What they do is take the meat and they beat it into a powder. They take lard, they melt that down and mix it with the powdered meat. And then it dries into a brick. They press it into a brick, a 90-pound brick. And the Eskimos make that every September to take them through the winter in case they have no luck in hunting and fishing through the winter. They know that even though that could carry them through the winter, they will not eat it if they haven't had to eat it. Whatever's left, if they've eaten any, will get buried and they'll not eat it. They know it's deficient, won't give them the vitality that they need year after year. So they only use it for emergency purposes. They will bury it in spring. They will bury it, they bury it in the spring.
Mm-hmm.
They won't eat it. Anything that's dehydrated is nutrient deficient.
So that's their backup emergency plan.
Yes. And I know one Eskimo that I talked to who lived on it for about a 3,000-mile trek. And he ate a handful a day, and he had to drink about 2 cups of water. Normally they don't drink water. 2 cups of water a day with it to digest it. He said he was great until, 9 months later, and he could feel the loss in his body and everything, and ate twice as much fish as he normally ate, to help revitalize his body. So they obviously know that. That's why they won't eat it unless they have to. So no dehydrated food is bioactively digestible. None of the minerals, none of the vitamins, all can be utilized without enzymes. The fat, none of it can be utilized. Any other questions? What time is it? Anybody know?
It's about 7.
7 already?
Yeah. Are we having fun?
Yes. Way over time again.
Yeah.
So Kareem left?
No,
Oh, he's here?